My mess over here.
I feel like I'm gonna eat all my candy before
That's
it starts.
over
I
here.
got a show.
Yeah, that's the point.
Hey, welcome. We're live.
Hey, just on time.
Hey, yo, everybody, look at that. Chris just showed up just on time. We are here live in the Timecode Gaming Studios. We're going to watch Ahsoka because Ahsoka is one of the greatest Star Wars characters ever. I can scoot down for you, Chris, if you want.
Thank you.
I need to get the mouse so we can actually start this thing. This thing is supposed to start a little bit ago, so we're going to start here in just a second. We got newcomer to Timecode. We got Robert over here. We have Gabby. We have the beautiful Nicholas. Chris, you've seen him before. And then OG Timecoder, Antonio Al over here. And then I'm the yeah. Let's just watch this thing. How about that?
Right?
Oh. And let us know in the chat whether or not the audio sounds all right or any of that stuff. You can hear us all right?
Junk food guy.
All for you, bud. All right.
Oh, I can see. I'm good.
You can see the
Yep.
screen?
Uh-huh.
All right, you good? Oh, we got a
Candy
whole
salad.
candy salad over here, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna watch this thing.
Oh, you guys want to do a blue?
Oh yeah, let's do a
Yeah.
bula. Oh, I smell that popcorn coming.
Right.
Look at that. There you go, Chris. Now you got one. Right
Gotcha.
Are you okay?
here. All right. Why is it skipping forward?
Oh.
I don't want that.
Oh no, don't skip.
Okay. All right. Shows up, everybody.
Yee.
Thank you to Low Tide Kava Bar for sponsoring this stream.
Yeah.
Bula.
Wait.
Bula.
To Ahsoka. You want some kava? I got kava in the fridge if you want some.
You got a cup?
It's a smaller cup.
Yeah.
Wow, I ate all that candy that quick.
Oh, wait.
That was a great choice.
Okay. All right. We're starting it.
Okay.
Red. That's an interesting choice. Doing a scroll?
The evil guy.
Evil scroll. Evil look like everybody. Ariel, Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's tough.
Ship approaching. Track distance mark 804.6.72.
What's the word, Carl? I'm receiving the signal now, sir.
It's gonna be Kylo Clan.
Say again?
The signal
Cloak.
is an old Jedi clearance code. They say they're here to see the prisoner.
Captain, who are they?
calling their bluff.
Signal them to come aboard.
I want to meet these Jedi.
Did he? Dave Filoni, this is his show, and his favorite character in all
You've got the
Star Wars.
bridge.
Plo Koon.
Yes, sir.
It's who?
Plo
No
Koon.
problem.
Oh, shit. All right, Gabby.
Died?
Never know.
The derpy one on the left.
The fucking Mon Calamari.
Floppy ass. Some evil looking motherfuckers, bro.
That's the Jedi for sure.
Wait.
Thank you for allowing us to come on board, Captain.
Hey, if you don't mind me saying, it's quite a surprise meeting Jedi out here.
Our existence remains a mystery to most, Captain.
I bet it does. You put on a good show, but I don't buy it.
I don't understand.
You're no Jedi. Just some overconfident Imperial trash who just push their luck too far.
You're making a mistake.
And you, sir, should have surrendered when the Empire collapsed. Jacques, get RD3 to scan these imposters for identification.
Allow me to show you our identification.
Jedi.
Very sad that that guy died.
How many targets are there?
Yeah. Well, Sith, I don't know. They have lightsabers for a reason. That's all.
One bar.
Yep.
It's like,
I'm hoping that he is actually yours today. I hope so.
Aiden, you were true to your word.
Well paid for it, Lady Morgan.
The Jedi who captured me seeks the map. She knows about Thrawn.
Princess Jedi.
Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah. Salt advisory.
What's that?
I said salt advisory.
Salt advisory. Is it bad?
I like it.
That's good.
All right, Tony, no, you know.
Oh, trust me, I'll definitely eat some.
Camera. Same time in the morning, but they had to do it for practical reasons. I can't remember why.
Don't they get longer as they
Those-
age?
Oh, is it? I'll finish it.
This is what planet was this?
Survivor?
You finished Survivor?
Robertson.
Yeah.
Was it Jeddah?
Yes.
Yeah.
This reminds me of Rebels when Ezra goes to the world between worlds. What? Perfect. This is perfect, Tanya.
Yeah, what the hell? Solid advisory.
This is perfect. So, yay.
Oh, that was salty. Whiny ass.
Hey, y'all are crazy.
I'm gonna leave this place thirsty as a motherfucker, bro. That's what you've been taking from.
Does it look like the Fifth Element thing?
Yeah.
Damn.
If you didn't keep at such a safe distance, maybe we wouldn't have lost communication.
Just following standard Jedi mission protocol.
Yang, the Order doesn't exist anymore.
Nonetheless, I have my program.
Next time, stay close. Watch my back.
Job of a Jedi Padawan, which I am not.
Anyway. Standard Jedi protocol.
Do you copy?
Loving no
Yeah.
one, this is full. Over.
Incoming transmission, priority 1. There's been an incident.
Don't remember, she is vulnerable.
So, so.
So is this during
Tucker saying that Ahsoka's
No, it's
overrated.
Mandalorian.
This is T61974 on approach. Over.
Copy that, T6. You're cleared for approach.
I'll fucking kill you, Tucker. How about that?
Affirmative.
Said Ahsoka's overrated.
Whoa. Shots fired, Tucker.
We are tracking you, T6. You are cleared for landing.
It's so good every time. Point to me like that, go every time.
Tucker is lame as fuck. You're right, Mike. Hey, it's my girl.
Oh shit.
General Syndulla.
Fuck.
It's good to see you. And you. Though I wish it were under more pleasant circumstances. I'm afraid
Bro,
we
these
lost your
aliens
prisoner.
are thick as fuck.
I
bro.
prepared a briefing to Katie. Just like old times. Unfortunately.
And the girl playing HEIR Syndulla is Obi-Wan Kenobi's wife in real life. Gil McGregor's wife, yeah.
They took out an entire security detail and scuttled one of our new starships.
Something McGregor.
No,
Who are they?
fuck. Thanks.
I don't know.
It's just making me mad. I don't know her name.
You seem to have abilities like you.
Wife.
These days there are few who can wield the Force.
Perhaps one of them was once a Jedi.
Possibly. Yang, make a copy of this recording. Run a match on their lightsabers. What's their connection to Morgan Elsbeth? I have known her to hire mercenaries in the past. Well, the investment paid off. They vanished without a trace. The day isn't a total loss. Star map. Not just any star map. This one is the secret Morgan's after. Which is
Tucker does need
the
some help.
location of the last missing Imperial Grand Admiral. Ron. That's not possible. Thrawn died at the Battle of Lothal. His death was never confirmed. I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan. She was a great ally of Thrawn's during Imperial rule. She knows something. And the secret is held in that map. If Thrawn survived, does that mean Ezra?
Don't say that.
I hope so.
Wishful thinking.
Nothing is certain. Except our
Hopefully
enemies.
it's not as annoying in this
Shit,
shit when he shows up.
Yeah, hopefully doesn't use a fucking gel blaster. Nerd.
Okay.
Hmm?
Let's take a look at this
They
map.
cast the play as well.
We cannot
There,
shoot.
we have to announce it.
Oh,
Show nobody
The
else.
device is locked.
It's never a straight line with you, Jedi, is it?
General, the Defense Council is requesting an update on the incident.
Tell them I'll be right there. You know who could help you with this? I do. Well, I'm not sure she'll want to help. She'll do it. For Ezra.
Sabine's bitch ass.
Sabine's my favorite.
Several years ago, the Empire was defeated.
That's gotta be a little
Thanks to the heroic efforts of Commander Ezra Bridger, who sacrificed himself to liberate our world. This monument we dedicate here today stands in recognition of Commander Bridger and the rebel leaders who fought so valiantly on our behalf. May their courage
Oh, yeah.
and commitment never be forgotten.
So that guy plays the voice of the character on the show.
He is one of those rebel leaders.
Okay.
Commander Sabine Wren.
Oh, not here. Do a bunch of cartoons. Shit.
Sabine Wren. Where is she?
I don't know. She was just here.
Where did she go?
I don't know where she went.
Get out there and say something.
What?
Cover for me. While we wait for Commander Wren's arrival, allow me to introduce Senator John Cal, who will share with us some words of wisdom. So,
Yeah. Thank you, Governor Azani, for that introduction. Thank you for your support.
security, I want a full perimeter screen. Sabine Wren. Find her now.
Anything you do for Star Wars. Star Wars, yeah. Yes.
This is expected to want. This is expected to want. Commander Red, you copy. Repeat, Commander Red, you copy.
Governor Azani is looking for you.
Oh, yeah? Why not?
You're missing the ceremony.
Oh, that was today.
Thought you were gonna be there. It's a big day for you, hero.
Yep. Well, not wrong.
All right, look, Commander, I have my orders. I'm gonna need you to pull over.
Well, here's a new order. Get locked.
Can't do that.
Stand down, Commander.
What's he doing?
You stand down.
To me.
Is she in the staff?
Sabine, stand down.
She's not stopping.
Sabine.
Crazy.
Sorry for disappearing on you. I made this recording because, more than the others, I need you to understand. As a Jedi, sometimes you have to make the decision no one else can. So, that's what I did to defeat Thrawn. We've been through a lot. We grew up together in this rebellion. We're not really family, but you're like a sister.
Yeah.
Your fight isn't over. I'm counting on you to see this through. May the force be with you.
No, the other one.
I mean, I do like this one of the Sith training. Remember?
What was this place? An ancient temple built by my ancestors. The Night Sisters of Dathomir.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it was on.
So she was a distant,
You're a witch.
distant relative or burn?
A survivor.
Oh shit, she's from Fallen Order.
There's not much left back there. The Jedi has the map. Where it was vaporized.
Calcassus?
She is.
Not a fan of that actor.
What if she does? She's lucky.
Right?
Luck has nothing to do with it. Fate has decided I'm next to you.
My sister from Fallen Order supposed to be the last one.
Send this one to the planet Mathal.
Yeah, but Luke Skywalker's supposed to be the last Jedi too, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Master,
Do as she says.
why Mathal? What threat is she spinning?
No, it's not witchcraft. Ahsoka Tano's former apprentices on the Thal. You're looking for Sabine Wren.
Jesus. He is annoying. Fair. Fair. Both probably pedophiles.
Wait, what?
They should have gotten Ezra Miller to play Ezra Bridger.
No. No.
bitch.
I wouldn't want Ezra Miller to be Ezra Miller.
You missed the ceremony.
Was that yesterday?
I'm sorry. You did that.
Slipped my mind.
We're Mississippi. Everyone was there.
Not everyone.
Greetings, Sabine.
Hello, Brienne. Still in one piece?
Oh, yes. That's about 75%. Well, I'll be on the ship.
You're gonna want to hear what she has to say.
I think I know how to find Ezra. You really think Ezra's still out there? Nothing's certain. However, our enemy is actively seeking Thrawn, which is what led me to the map. Where did you find this? In a world named Arcana? It was a stronghold for the witches of Dathomir. Thousands of years ago. Witches. Great. This is getting more exciting by the minute. I take it these patterns have meanings. You have the artist's eye. Tell me what you see. Well, no one would design a map you couldn't read. There must be a key or codex of some sort. Perhaps this will help. This is a scan Hu Yang took at the temple where we found it. So, where do you call home these days? The ship serves me fine. Still? Don't you ever get tired of moving from one place to another? I go where I'm needed. Not always. You never make things easy. Why should I? You never made things easy for me, Master. There is nothing easy about being a Jedi. Well, then I should have made a good one. Yes. You should have. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna need that scan. Can I take this? Where are you going? Somewhere I can think more clearly. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Why? This isn't just about finding Ezra. It's about preventing another war. You think I don't know that? Map stays here. Okay.
Two of you are getting reacquainted.
So what did you find?
Run an analysis on the lightsabers. The image was corrupted, but using my extensive database, I was able to reconstruct the details of the two hilts. They are quite elegant, with several classic design motifs.
It's all very fascinating, Huye. But do you have any names?
Patience. This is where it gets interesting. The construction and overall design are executed exactly the way I taught younglings to build a lightsaber.
So definitely Jedi trained.
Yes. This one I do not recognize. But this one, in the last 500 years, I've only known one student who built a saber such as this. Baylon Skull. He disappeared at the end of the
Master and an apprentice.
If both trained in the Jedi arts, they will be formidable adversaries. Of course, you may not be alone for much longer.
Maybe. Thank you, Huye. Maybe you're going to watch me here.
Think she's gonna stay?
Looking for a key, okay?
Bless you.
such a good idea.
Sounds like it didn't go so badly.
She took the map off the ship when I explicitly told her not to.
Maybe she just needed some space to think.
According to Lady Red.
See? There you go. Everything's gonna be fine.
I don't understand why things have to be so difficult.
Considering your history, I'd say that's expected. But you and I both know Sabine gives you the best chance of reading that map.
You're right. Just wish she had changed a little. She's still just as stubborn and bullish as ever.
She's Mandalorian. You knew what you were getting into.
Thought I did. Things didn't turn out the way either of us wanted.
Mentoring someone is a challenge. I bet your master found you difficult at times.
Before it became a galactic terrorist, yes.
Yep.
Anakin never got to finish my training.
Freedom fighter.
Yeah.
By the end of the Clone Wars, I walked away from him. And the Jedi. Just like I walked away from Sabine.
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Sometimes even the right reasons have the wrong consequences. What do we do then?
Well, you're of no help.
Three faces.
This is it.
think I'm going on a trip.
Fucked up.
Been looking for this. That's too bad.
Here's the beat. Fuck her up.
She's at the old communications tower. I see them.
Bring us in.
Oh, fuck. Did not expect that. What the fuck? Huh?
She's not gonna die.
Yeah, of course. Still.
I was telling Bobby, this is gonna start like a season-long rivalry between her and the girl.
Oh yeah, for sure. For our friend Ray. Is that the end of the first episode?
That was kind of abrupt. Like,
Ray is who the guy that died on the bottom.
yeah. He was the master to the girl that was crying.
Ray Stevenson is his name. He's from the guy.
It's all from a cartoon. This is like
Wait,
an
did they-
homage to true.
Yeah, this is
narratives.
literally a sequel, a live-action sequel to Rebels.
Did they finish filming?
Yeah.
This season, yeah.
Yeah, they've been filming. I gotta pee.
I went downstairs. I got 2 cans. One song.
What'd you say?
I got 2 hands running downstairs. So
Oh. I'm gonna run downstairs too for a second.
looks like, all right, guys. A bunch of us is using the bathroom. We're grabbing stuff. We'll be right back. Field trip. Tough to entertain everybody.
Yeah, I forgot we
Here's my bladder. Go to the restaurant. We're live streaming. Live from New York. It's Saturday night.
People are fucking retarded sometimes. You just whispered to me, do you want to show the world our secret handshake that doesn't exist?
Because it's a secret.
Yeah. It's a secret.
Ready to go downstairs for a little low tide break?
Yeah, everybody look down.
I kind of feel like I want more popcorn. All right. Everybody walked away for a minute, but I'm just gonna talk about how I think that was a great episode.
I think it was great too. I was literally whispering about it when like both of them saw each other, and she like came out with the lightsaber. I was like,
yeah,
this is gonna be a season-long rivalry between those two. I was like, there is no way that.
For sure.
And then when I saw it, it's like, no, she ain't dead. She ain't dead.
No.
She still got some life in her.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, don't start the next episode yet. All right, this one is 44 minutes long. Fuck yeah. Sweet. Yeah, that
was good.
That was great.
Yeah.
They better
That was
fucking.
awesome.
They're probably gonna wait till the end of this episode to show Thrawn. That's right. As long as I see him, I just want to see him.
I need to go back and watch. So I saw like I think it's called Jedi Stories, where it shows Ahsoka as a baby.
Oh yeah.
And so I just want to go back and actually like watch all of her stuff that she like from that episode all the way up until like now essentially.
Yeah, so you have to watch all Clone Wars, and then
she's becoming my favorite character.
yeah, she's incredible. Clone Wars, and then I think she shows up in season 2 of Star Wars Rebels, and she doesn't come back at the end of season 2, and then she doesn't come back until the end of season 4 of Rebels. But it's one of the coolest fucking things is how she comes back, because she ends up fighting Darth Vader and realizing that Anakin is Darth Vader and is the one who murdered all the kids and destroyed the Jedi and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't know what happens from there. And then Ezra, who they're talking about, unlocks this portal through this painting. And goes into what's called the world between worlds. And he's literally in the middle of the space and time. And he finds her fighting Darth Vader and pulls her back into reality before she dies. And that's how she's alive right now.
Nice.
So I think that I might pull into the world between worlds in live action for the first time. So that's part of the reason why she gives a shit about finding Ezra and Grand Admiral Thrawn. Because Grand Admiral Thrawn in Rebels, he and Ezra get basically shot out into space through the Purgil, aka space whales.
Mm-hmm.
And they're space whales that can travel at the speed of light. Like they are kind of how light speed was discovered in Star Wars, and they just got sucked out into the space between the two of them. And so nobody knows what happened to both of them. So wherever if Thrawn's alive, then Ezra's got to be alive too somehow.
Sure.
Right, Nick?
What's up? I'm not sure about
Say
the
yes.
lore too much, but is the space between worlds or the space between realities, is that where they draw on from the Force?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because that would be I mean, it would make sense. It'd be like a neutral area that's like.
Yeah. Nick, I was talking about how awesome it'd be if they brought in the World Between Worlds in this show. The live action World Between Worlds for Ezra Foles.
Oh, yeah.
SoCal.
That's where Ezra is right now.
That's where he is right now. You could be right.
And the map is the map to that painting.
Very possible. Because I'm completely blocking the camera. Sorry, I'm getting popcorn, guys. Blocking the camera.
I can see the popcorn bowl.
Yeah. What'd you think?
I'm excited for the rest of that.
Me too. I wish the whole thing was out right now.
Yeah.
Well, at least we get 2 episodes.
3 a.m.
Is when they normally.
3 a.m. on
After
Wednesdays?
this, they're going to be 3 a.m. on Wednesdays when they release.
We're gonna watch them at 3 a.m. on Wednesdays.
I'm going to, yeah. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I have a feeling I'll be up here watching it by myself. I'll be watching it.
You're a night owl.
I could probably do like a 3 p.m.
Do a 3 a.m. and a 3 p.m. Watch. I'll probably want to watch it again anyway. I'm already thinking about, who knows, you guys leave, and I'm like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to rewatch it all right now. As soon as they're done. Excited to see where they go with it from here.
I'd rather throw myself into a wood chipper for a chance to be recycled into Ahsoka's toilet paper.
Yep.
Yeah, Tucker's a strange guy.
That tracks, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very Tucker thing to say.
Actually, not that bad for Tucker.
Well, yeah, it's not too bad.
Where's he at?
He was a huge part of the 48 hour that we just did. The film thing we just did this weekend.
You gonna watch it?
He was the assistant director. He's the one that made sure all the paperwork was turned in. He did a great job. 'Cause I don't like doing that.
How close to the deadline were you guys?
So we had to turn in the movie at 7:30
Mm-hmm.
on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I hit upload at 7:28.
Okay.
Now we could have submitted something a little bit earlier than that, but we were trying to figure out different versions to get the best quality one. And then I did a quick change on one of them. And I was like, all right, Jackie, I can submit this one right now. What do you want? She's like, I don't know which one I should do. It's like, I submitted. She was like, I really like that, what you just did there. And I was like, all right, submit. So, yeah, we could have not have cut it so close, but we were good.
I feel like if you would have turned it in earlier, you guys would have just been anxious for the last few minutes anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted it to be as best as we possibly could before we turned it in.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's still things that we wish we had done, but we had no time.
Kevin was a very good gay bartender.
Kevin was the best gay bartender I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's right. You heard it here, Kevin. You're the best gay bartender. The best gay bartender.
I'll tell him.
You just got to leave the dookie in the outhouse, Kevin. And I think that sheriff was a pretty...
Was that his line? Was that all him or?
I think Jackie fed him some of those lines, yeah.
Okay.
Just got to leave the dookie in the outhouse. Is your socks there?
Yeah.
Cool. Just making sure you know whose those are. Supposed to.
Oh. Now that's how it works. I know how sex works.
I'm done. Nice.
Yes. Grower. It's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah. Neither.
You neither? One thing I hope that happens in this next episode is they have to throw. They're probably not going to show Thrawn until the very end of the episode. Just make me upset, but I hope they just start right off the bat with it.
The episode or the season?
And the next of this next episode, Grand Admiral Thrawn is quite possibly my favorite villain of all Star Wars. And it's played by the guy that voiced him in Rebels.
You think we'll see Anakin?
Huh?
You think we'll see Anakin?
We will see Anakin at some point. I don't know when. Probably later in the series. But it is confirmed that Hayden Christensen is going to be in the show.
So like my hip liberal friends are like, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. It's racist. Thanksgiving is racist. Can't we just get drunk on a Thursday? You're thinking about the Pilgrims positively or negatively on Thanksgiving, you're a complete loser.
Oh, Jesus.
So drunk he admits his affair. Side, we're like, I can't believe they made Juneteenth a holiday. What the fuck? The radical left, what the fuck? It's so racist, you don't want a 3-day weekend.
That's pretty good.
Alright, where are these fuckers at so we can watch this next episode?
There's 2 out?
Yeah?
Wow, I can't eat any more popcorn or candy. I'm gonna throw up.
There's a bathroom right there. You knew there was 2 out, right?
What's that?
You knew there was 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Right?
I had no idea.
You thought we were done and just hanging out and...
We got another
we
43
do.
minutes.
Say what?
We have another 43 minutes to watch.
It's a shorter episode.
There's somebody.
Chris.
Where's everybody else?
Where's Bobby at?
I don't know.
Do they know there's a second episode?
Yes, they should.
I'm the only one who didn't know.
Oh, you're the only one who didn't know?
I guess so.
Okay. Oh, they weren't behind the bar.
Is this yours?
No.
Oh, okay. They weren't down at the bar?
Not. I mean, they went down there originally, and I didn't see them when I just walked up. I said bye to Matt.
Oh, man.
It makes me really happy that his dog likes me.
Yeah, 'cause his dog was real skittish for a while.
I know. He
Now
really
he
likes
comes
me.
up. His dog comes up to me and like sniffs me and like. You know, like,
Matt told me the other day, and I forgot that I was like the first person that his dog met that wasn't like a family person.
Really?
Yeah,
Didn't know that.
he brought it up to Muddy, and I mean that tracks. That I was like, oh my god, a puppy.
Of course, yeah.
Maybe that's why he likes me so.
Maybe. All right. So, what is your prediction for this next episode, Nick?
I didn't know we were making predictions for today, and now that I know that it's today,
I know
I'm
Sabine
excited.
Wren's gonna be totally fine. She's gonna be a
course
little
she
bit
will.
injured.
Yeah.
Which gets a downvote from your boy. If you're gonna get stabbed by a lightsaber, you should be dead. I know, even probably realistically, they should be fine as long as it's not anything important. But
Well, yeah, because it's
kinda
gonna
like when they kill
cauterize
off
the whole wound as it happens, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just like
truly.
seeing main characters die off. It makes it interesting.
Well, I have a feeling that there will be main characters that die in the show.
Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ahsoka died. Actually, no, Dave Filoni would never kill Ahsoka.
Yeah. Filoni made Clone Wars and all that.
Yeah, he created Ahsoka.
Who did? Who made Mando?
Filoni and Barbara.
Barbara.
Yeah, but Filoni was there right next to him. for the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
thing.
At
Where's
my
Chris?
house- he went down there to get us, and then he started talking. So
Oh,
Of course he did.
yeah. So at my, I think it was my elementary school. No, my middle school. They had stairs that were like double those. And there's like a little platform. I used to jump down those stairs every single day.
Oh, yeah.
From the top of the stairs to that one platform in the middle, and then I would try and jump the bottom one. I would make it a little bit over halfway to it, and then.
What school was it?
Or I really quickly run down the stairs.
Yeah, I really.
What school?
I think it was Lellman Discovery.
Oh, that's right at my house.
Yeah.
On 28
It was
by
before
Platters.
Yeah, it was before they tore it down, though.
They tore down
Leelman?
elementary
They
school.
tore down every school that I
Say
went
again?
to rebuild.
Leelman?
It's depressing.
Where is it supposed to be?
I don't know. I think
Wellman.
it's Wellman.
Lellman?
Yeah.
I did summer school at Leelman.
Leelman.
Whatever it's
Leelman.
called.
Leelman.
Leelman.
I guess I technically live in Wellman.
Yeah,
Right?
if you live
No.
between 34th Avenue and...
Park.
I don't live in Pinellas Park.
Okay, you don't live in Pinellas Park.
I don't live in Pinellas Park. My vote, it says the Wellman Fire District.
Pinellas Park.
Yeah, you're in Lellman.
Yeah.
Is
That
an actual
area
city?
is just weird. Because it's
What's
like...
that?
Incorporated.
Because it's like Lellman.
Unincorporated?
It's
You have
still in
Kansas
St. Pete,
City.
but it's not like my address is St. Pete, but it's not.
and then you have
It's not like
another
St. Pete
area.
city limits.
I think it's called
Like
Jungle Prada.
St. Pete proper, I
Names of
guess.
places in order.
Play that shit.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
The
it's
Pinellas
like-
County
it's like-
Sheriff's Office
like-
comes to my house versus St. Petersburg
I
Police
went to fill out the
Department.
Bobby and it kind of went straight to you. We can have some.
No,
Alright.
like sour stuff.
You know why
It's more so
Pinellas
like
County comes
community.
to your house? Because you're on Pinellas
Oh, it's
Park.
like
Episode 2
Because my
starting
son
now.
is a criminal.
neighborhoods.
Like Hitler. It's like more of like a neighborhood than it's like a city.
The location of the last missing Imperial Grand Admiral. Wrong. You know, I'm helpful with this. I'm not sure she'll want to help. She'll do it.
Are we only on Facebook and YouTube or are we on Twitter?
Fuck, what are the fuck?
I think I know how to
Eat
find
2 grams of salt.
Nah,
I
you
think
should
that's-
have Brett's.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. Why?
With the goldfish too.
Trying to sodium up,
I said I don't want to.
Anyone got any salt?
I mean, you want those like 8?
Well, if you have too much salt, you just eat a bunch of sugar to balance it out.
Extra cheap, extra flavor blastable.
Salt and sugar balance it out, right?
She took the money.
You guys are in the medical field, you know.
You thought those were salty?
You and I both know.
You taste like nothing compared to them. It's like literally nothing compared to our fucking popcorn. Literally, they taste like absolutely
You're
nothing.
right.
Eat a piece of popcorn first,
And then eat one of these goldfish that looks like it's covered in salt.
and now eat this goldfish. Tastes like a saltine cracker.
It literally does. Oh my gosh, it tastes just like a saltine cracker.
7 or 8 second difference.
That's it?
Yeah, yeah.
You
Just
timed
wanted to
it?
see. Huh? Yeah, found us.
Oh, it's on a delay.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah.
The stream is, yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't put the video in. You trying to get canceled immediately.
I mean, it's Disney.
I know, I was gonna say, you didn't
They
want to
don't
get canceled
care, yeah,
immediately.
they don't care what level you're at.
That's beyond canceled.
Yeah.
For what?
For
That's like deleted.
streaming, like
You're gonna have a hit
video.
on it.
Mickey,
At the bottom of the screen.
Mickey knocks on the door.
So we're actually seeing.
Cease and desist! Speed.
She's totally fine. Motherfucker, bro.
Say your prayers, motherfucker. Oh, sorry, I'm just laying back. You got fucked up.
The droids. They took the Matlox. You don't understand. I unlocked it.
No,
There were 2 galaxies, and then pathway appeared between them.
New galaxy?
Where did the Pathfinder galaxy begin?
Yeah.
A planet.
They took the map before I could decipher it.
Did you keep a record of what you found?
The droids destroyed it.
told you not to take that
How many
thing.
joints were there? 2. I took one out.
Stabs her.
So
What's
the
that?
nest. Wait.
Stabs her.
You need my help.
Droids destroyed it.
No. It's not enough.
Dirt by fucking losing the only thing we had.
I always wanted to know what it looks like to survive like a saber snap.
Seen it, doesn't look that bad.
No. I mean like what does it look like? Though?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's
Like
look at
what do they like? Because I would imagine that it cauterized as it went through.
right.
Yeah, we were just talking about, yeah. So it's just stay a hole forever.
Yeah.
No, let's look
what
at
I
Finn's
mean.
back.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at Finn's back and his
You're a
spine.
donor.
Like would they just like go in
Finn,
and actually
yeah.
like
Remember he got
cut off
slashed on the back?
spin cauterized
Oh,
and
yeah,
try
yeah,
to sew everything back together?
He
No,
could have been
why
such a
not?
cool character and they made him a fucking cock.
Agreed.
Well,
I
like
was so
what if they
pissed
went
about
through
that.
like your
You got one black guy in all Star Wars
like,
and they make him a loser.
you wouldn't be able
Oh,
to.
come on, you got Lando at least.
get-
Sorry, let me rephrase this.
Yeah,
you
I'm not
you
really
have
regretting that.
in the new generation, you have one
That's
chance to have a
exactly
black
what she
Jedi.
said to them.
Yeah, because all that heat in the middle of the dog too.
Alright, I'm
Yeah.
just going to do
That's I said the new generation. So.
Yeah.
I got you.
What do you think
They
they
have
talk
to
about?
reset the water.
That's what I
Pain.
mean. Yeah.
Oh.
Suffering.
Like just like
Yeah.
called up what's been cauterized and then just like try and stick everything back together. That would take a lot of skill. But I mean they're in reality.
Give us Thrawn.
It's
Oh, this is freaky. It looks like a gremlin.
I believe.
Me.
How do you not know about places like this on Worlds? Things look this.
You don't look like a gremlin. What do you mean?
Big Alps.
You look like
That
a
is
gremlin.
true. Fuck, why not? I'm not
That
really
would be
upset.
dope. Yeah, like
Oil and
they-
Trouble. What a name.
Boil.
they do.
like it's like a big they suspend you and it's like
I feel like Ava's funny looking enough that she could be a Star
Have
Wars
you seen Dragon Ball
animal.
Z? So in Dragon Ball Z, they put you in this tank where it's like they give you like a breathing mask,
oh exactly like
and then yeah, it heals you.
She literally like here's what happened fast.
This is what happens in the Fallen Order. Some people have that ability.
They hear the rhythm of the echo, of course.
Oh yeah.
Rewatch it.
You're right.
Which is a cool ability.
It is.
Check who broke in your house.
Oh, that thing's got some grody feet.
Andor?
What the fuck?
Did you notice her feet?
I saw them finish
Nah,
like
It
2
looks like
episodes
there's
ago.
like a slit right in
That's
the
the
middle.
that's,
I've
that's
been
the
milking
thing.
it.
That's the thing with Star Wars. Like, there's so much content, it just like intimidates me from like not watching it, but like trying further. Again,
Weird ass chicken feet on that cat.
I don't know. What if it tastes like cat or chicken?
that's the problem.
Grogu would could tell you.
Andor was based on the main
Grogu had no problem eating things.
It was kind of like his backstory.
Whose backstory?
It's good. I think you like it.
And telling him Andor is the guy from Rogue One's backstory.
Oh yeah, it's fucking amazing.
It's
So you watch it next. By far the best Star Wars show yet.
Yeah.
I don't like how goofy he looks in that hollow.
That made him look like a fucking nerd.
He is a fucking nerd.
I mean, but not that kind of nerd.
It's gotta go. That's what she asked her. She said, "How many droids did you say there was?"
That's why she asked how many were there.
Gotcha.
Finish the job.
Just have a droid chilling in the ceiling.
My thing is like, why would you have to leave the droid there? Like, really, you think it would take out fucking, or maybe
As long as you didn't short out its capacitors when you sliced it up, I should be able to work with it. Are you sure you're up to this?
This kind of droid is incredibly resilient. Take off arm or leg, and it just keeps coming.
No, how about that?
That means they have several built-in backup systems.
Of determination.
Wow. Recover the droid's memory and find out where it came from. Very clever.
How that works.
The head will explode.
Which way it goes.
Calm your circuits and pull the plug before it gets to that.
Perhaps we should perform this operation somewhere else.
I say go for it.
Because you're a hologram.
Yes.
There's no time to relocate. We're falling behind the scenes. It's now or never. Now.
It's the first of the time.
Go.
The circuit temperature is rising.
Anything? Encrypted. I need a minute. I'm not sure we have a minute.
It's overheating. Switch it off.
Not yet.
Stealth mode activated.
Right?
He was looking new.
We're out of time.
Damn it, droid.
Dumbass bitch.
She got it.
You just pull his own for.
What is it?
Does she have a 5 of hearts on her
This droid
chest?
came here from Corellia.
The New Republic shipyard?
Is that what that is?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
I don't know. Morgan Elspeth had factories in Corellia.
Look on the hologram.
Oh,
chest.
yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Imperial operation.
Yeah, it does look like a dice.
Anyone check on that?
I'll meet you there.
Let's get going.
Hell yeah, let's go.
No, you need to recover. I'm fine.
Should we go to Cornelia?
Yeah.
Probably the only person I got that.
So,
Huh?
good luck.
Hey,
You did good.
Oh, her name's
You did
Kara.
well. You're fucking in
Tell that to her.
programming, bro.
Tell
What
him.
I do. She's
mean,
not the one who needs to
That's
hear
a
me.
totally different galaxy. That could be proper grammar out there.
It could be.
Yeah.
Probably
I
not.
haven't seen her in
Come on, Nick.
years. The
Jeez.
first thing I knew was sideways.
Both difficult. I always thought that made it work.
Till it did.
I want to use this. Candy.
Still. We need to help each other.
You heard her. She doesn't want my help.
Secondary control.
Yes, she does.
One thing I don't like is the very predictable character
I get some rest.
that happens in these shows.
You're gonna need it.
Well, that's Disney.
Yeah, it's just. Yeah, if you haven't seen Andor yet, that one didn't have a lot of that. No, that was good.
It was so good.
Yeah, I thought it was over after the first 6 episodes. I didn't even realize it kept going.
Awesome.
6. I stopped watching for 6 months.
Really?
Until someone was like, "Shut up!" Like, it was so crazy, and then told me what happened. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" What are you talking
Alright. Give me Thrawn.
Ain't gonna be Thrawn.
I want to see that blue fucking skin motherfucker right now.
This place was not built by the Jedi. Whose work is it?
Distant galaxy. Would you like to see it?
The Chiss?
Chiss Ascendants.
It might be.
The Outer Rim?
Outer Rim, yes.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's where he's hiding. See that green though?
Mm-hmm. That night sister.
Night Sister green.
If Ezra's alive, why would he be hiding?
He's probably captured.
Or when they kill him?
Killed her.
Ezra.
Oh, Ezra. Oh.
You just want to kill Ezra.
Yes, I know. But I heard what you said.
I would want to find a way to use them.
Yep.
No, it's not.
I mean, if that would destroy him, then.
No!
Eventually, we'd like it, you know?
No.
That is our destination. Grand Admiral Florida.
Oh, dude, Tampa, Florida.
You never know what happens down there.
She was with the Jedi. They want to know comes from stories. Fairy tales.
Tales which are based on truths.
Certain numbers. I feel the path forward is clouded.
One calls to you. Across time and space.
You speak of dreams. Vague, fractured hopes.
No, she just skipped it.
The threads of fate do not lie.
I think they might introduce it. The place that John was talking about.
The World Between Worlds?
Yeah.
So fucking awesome if they had live action World Between Worlds.
The Eye of Zion is on its way here. Make sure that everything is ready for its
Ain't
ride.
that a name?
Baroque will complete his task.
Say that he does.
What's the Eyes of Zion?
Sounds foreboding as hell.
Sauron Jr. Sauron Jr.
Master. What happens when you find Thrawn?
For some, war. Others, new beginning.
For us.
Such as you never dreamed. Go to Corellia. Assist Marok with the final transport.
Yes, Master.
I cannot remember. Then it's something else. So, Fireball.
I think there might be an enemy called the Risk Show.
What?
I think there might be an enemy called the Risk showing up in the show at some point.
The what?
Dick Risk.
The Risk?
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
It's from one of the books.
The Thrawn books?
Yeah, the newer ones.
Did he?
Ahsoka Tano. This is Ben Weaver, Regional Supervisor of the Sky.
I was just telling General Syndulla that when the Empire fell, all Imperial assets were dissolved and redistributed, including those held by Morgan Elsbeth.
Okay, that's what it is.
All the same, we'd appreciate a look at our former facilities and operations.
Well, I am quite busy at the moment.
I could make this a more formal inspection.
That won't be necessary, General. Please, this way.
Where's her and Kanan's son?
For what?
Her and Kanan had a son.
Oh shit.
Hey, Chopper, what's up, dude?
Hey, boy. This was one of Morgan's facilities. She supplied raw materials used in the construction of hyperdrive generators for Imperial class Star Destroyers. Now we're taking them apart and using the cores to power the new ships for the defense fleet.
Do the facility still employ any of her former staff?
Of course, there's no other way to remain operation. And Empire has just become a republic overnight. We'll still find ex-Imperials at every level of the new Republic government.
Don't you worry about
Oh, average worker doesn't care about the nuances and the lack of politics. They have loyalty so long as they're paid.
you?
I'm a businessman, General. My loyalty is to my investors. I'll leave the politics.
Exactly what America did in World War II.
Now that's how you build an empire.
Looks like connecting with Sabine paid off. So she lost the map. At least she unlocked it. Which doesn't do us a lot of good if we don't have it. She got us here.
These fucking new age kids.
I'm gonna take the map somewhere else so I can clear my ass.
It's attacked by droids and a fucking Sith.
Maybe we're both past that. I think she could use some structure.
They don't feel like Sith though.
No, they're not.
So
They're something else.
Yeah, they're not Sith.
Sith adjacent.
Yeah.
I'm curious. What makes someone ready? Just know. Sympathy.
You're wrong.
Hey.
The music needs to be telling you that they're bad.
Oh, it heals.
That's some bullshit right there.
Yeah,
There
there's no way.
fucking
There's no way. They're like,
man.
you were going to win.
You have to tell me that you put new skin cells and new cells
It's
in
the
it.
medical droid that helped Luke heal. Come on. They got that back to fucking shit.
Best doctor in the galaxy.
Nice mid
Yeah, but he was still scarred up though.
You still have your lightsaber.
Ezra's lightsaber.
True, he constructed it, and by all accounts it served him well. Then he passed it on to you. You have since made your own modifications.
Didn't he have a gun lightsaber?
Yeah.
All the good it did me.
I have a question. Can droids actually use lightsabers?
They can use it.
I
they
think
just-
anyone can use it. It's just
They just can't wield the force.
can
I think
wield
that's
the
up to me.
force.
Oh, so anyone can use a lightsaber?
It's just a
Again,
Yeah.
training
I thought
so
that they
That's how
use the
Finn
force
used
to
it
push
in,
out the.
Mm-mm.
No,
Hey,
you just
she
like
quit
it
on me.
chop
Unless it's Blade's lightsaber, because then it's connected to his fingerprints, and if you touch Blade's lightsaber, it's
okay, but answer this.
no nobody.
Yeah,
No.
I know
You
what you're
lost
talking
me.
about.
Not yourself.
Well,
But I
They
thought-
picked
I
up that lightsaber and fought Kylo Ren, and he ain't no fucking Jedi.
It's very
But
rough.
he's force
That's true.
sensitive, so.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
fucking everyone
Then
in this is
part of the
going to be.
plan. Was she going to tell me
The
about
only reason I
Ezra?
was thinking that is because the way it was explained, or I thought it was explained to me, is that the Sith and the dark side of the Force all have red sabers because they're forced to kyber
She
crystal
doesn't want me back.
to activate.
They make their kyber crystal bleed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just put arcade into it and it turns red.
Forgot
And
about
Ahsoka's lightsabers are actually Sith.
Put cum in them.
Because they're sentient, aren't they? Like their crystals are actually sentient.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not sure.
They
that's what
connect with the
say.
person that
But that's what they
collects
say.
them.
They are
Abilities.
sentient.
Yeah.
They connect,
I
but
like Ezra.
like you
But
don't need
General Grievous is not force sensitive.
Yeah,
he
but
gives
like
it
how
away.
the Sith,
Yeah.
what they do
Yeah.
is that they overpower the crystal. Like, the crystal actually-
Yeah.
Your aptitude for the force full.
But bleeding crystal is still fucking epic.
It's like when the Mandalorian
Dude,
used
she's
the
talking
dark saber.
mad shit.
Well,
He's not force sensitive.
Yeah.
I won't waste any more of her time.
The only time you are wasting is your own.
That's right, David
That's-
Tennant.
That's That is interesting. I wonder what color Blade's saber would be.
Who's?
I want to say red, but
Who's?
Blade.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the control
Probably
center.
red.
From here we keep track of the entire inventory being created from the dismantled Imperial fleet. We are able to find a use for everything in many different sectors. Profits generated from a single Star Destroyer are enough to fund a variety of New Republic reconstruction programs, among other things.
Other things like
Well, our board and primary investors have first look at all unique hardware, its price point and distribution.
is that a hyperdrive?
Refurbished from an SSD ready for its new life serving the Republic. This facility is
You know, refurbished from a solid state drive?
Yeah, I was gonna
The New Republic.
That's all.
They have solid state drives and stuff.
What class of starship anymore?
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Classified.
Classified. I'm a general. Nothing's classified to me.
I'm sorry. Again, I don't see the document without authorization.
Well, then I'm authorizing it.
I'm sure you can.
Bet.
C1, can you come over here, please? Perhaps you can help with protocol here?
What are the types of droids do you have in operation here?
Standard protocol types, as well as CCLs, IW-37s, HV-7s, and other load lifters. Why do you ask?
No HK class?
Assassin.
Have you been repurposed? You know,
Is that from
stands
KOTOR?
special?
Yeah. HK-47.
I have seen such a droid. I catalog inventory on arriving transports.
Bam.
An HK class droid recently prevented me from completing this task.
When was this?
5 rotations ago.
Why didn't you log a report?
The droid carried a high-level security clearance.
Oh,
I
shit.
could not object.
Where is this droid now?
I believe it is departing from that transport.
Of course it is.
Stop that ship.
I can't do that, General. They make clear for departure.
I said stop that ship. That's
Oh. Man, they make clear for departure.
She ain't that strong.
I know, but
Is she?
I want. Wait.
Do it, ho.
Nah, you were strong earlier about that.
Shit.
About to
Oh, yeah, you were
That's a
strong on the
motherfucking Inquisitor, dog.
And they just smash it down to the ground.
That's an Inquisitor.
Why is Chopper the most goofy fucking droid?
I love Chopper so much.
One really injected longer. They look very like black
Right?
That shit's a girl.
Who the fuck is this girl?
Shoot it.
Transport CT-05, this is General Sandula. I order you to stand down and return to port immediately.
Okay, shoot it.
I repeat, CT-05, return to port.
See?
Strong. She's pretty strong, man. Oh, uh-oh.
I got 2 blades too.
Blades like that ain't even good. Can't be good.
You're not gonna jump off the thing and do the spinning blade thing.
You must control.
The
The helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get to shoot it down and we crash into the port city. Just bring me a tracking device. And don't miss this time.
They did a good job making choppers ways.
Hurry up. They're gonna make a jump into hyperspace as soon as they clear the atmosphere.
That's gangsters. Fuck.
Grab and pull.
She just moved like that.
There's
No
no
fucks given.
Matt,
Man, if that was 6 inches to the left, she stabbed.
That's like the one thing I want. Use of the force. Or use of the force correctly.
You literally about to throw that fucking tracking beacon out there.
That's 20 fuck.
Fuck
yeah.
So
Good work,
That's some Star Wars Rebels type shit.
You got
Oh
it.
yeah, for sure.
Sean, did you notice the shuttle the
Yeah.
bad guys were in was a
Tell
shuttle
me you
from
have good
Clone
news.
Wars? Serious?
We got a tracking device on that transport.
The one that she.
All right then.
The one that the guy with the Inquisitor lightsaber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pre-imperial shuttle.
Yeah, it's like an old Republic shuttle.
No doctor. That's the top there right there. That's the rest. It's just missing it.
Where you been? I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
The
I'm in the hospital
design
bed.
is like a more curved design.
I think it's head for.
No, if that cat would have been a badass and jumped on the
Yeah.
fucking girl and cracked her face instead of her getting stabbed her, or when she got stabbed
For
her.
the suicide.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like slitting throats.
Put that armor on, girl.
Do it.
When you're trying
Let's
to
see what
redeem
that
your
sexy
honor
ass
with the
armor.
Let me see what's a being sexy fucking.
to ease your suffering.
Slicing your stomach is not a good way to ease yourself. I guess you're friends.
Armor looks different, but good rebels.
Hard is still not sort of.
Now Mando's got it.
I know, but still, the save is stands.
Yeah. I guess actually no, he doesn't anymore.
Just Sambucas herself.
Here we go.
She's got a colored hair. It's poorly cut.
Perfectly cut.
I'm Sabine. I'm edgy. I'm not like the other Mandos.
She's gonna have like the perfect stylized hair from one cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
How can they still be loyal to the Empire? not loyalty. It's greed.
Maybe fear.
Chopper, what's the update on
As long as
that?
it don't keep us.
Keep working on it. My Chopper has something more definitive.
Ready. Heard, smooth, and everything.
Cam? Oh, Kanan. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice haircut. It's more me.
Just received a transmission from General Sindula. It appears the transport was traced to the DENAB system. It has remained in orbit around the planet Cetos.
We better get moving.
Dude, the way this screaming her eyes so far forward. She looked like Sid from
Oh
fucking
no!
Ice Age.
Oh no!
I'm Sid Sabine.
You may proceed.
Take us out. Follow.
Okay.
Oh shit, are they making like a... Look at Mass Effect.
Oh, there you go. It's almost like a character from Blue Man.
They're not building it to get enough.
It's like a very British imperial colonial type.
Yeah. Yeah. Who the fuck's this third guy?
It's not Thrawn.
See the ice.
Let's hit spring.
With Morrow or whatever.
RJ.
Oh, that's the M guy's name. M. Marok. That's Marok, probably.
It does.
We need a clean escape. She could have trapped us here. Vayman, what do you see?
Her presence in the Force is elusive. And her determination is vivid.
Oh, nice.
She's not.
Nothing can prevent our journey.
Kill her. Be ashamed. There's so few Jedi left.
Sentimental.
Definitely not safe.
Truth.
Not like Grey Jedi.
Okay, now it's-
Motherfuckers.
Yep.
damn it.
I didn't think they were gonna give it to us.
Circular penny.
Hi, we don't want any bots. So thanks for trying, bot, but no thank
Yeah,
you.
whatever. Fuck you, bot. Circular plate. What a bummer.
When does the next one come out? A week from today?
Next Wednesday at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Oh God, 3 a.m.
That's usually what they air, yeah.
Oh, what are they airing for?
Be away from
No, it's always been. It's what Mandalorian's always been that.
I know, but 3 a.m. Those are for Japan.
Midnight for California.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't care about Cali. I mean,
That's where all
except
this-
Mexican food. They got really good Mexican food.
Yep. Northern California's pretty awesome.
It's a Northern California. Oh, all California's. Well, a good amount of California's beautiful.
I like
Like, there's parts of the deserts there that are fucking beautiful. Northern Cali's nice.
Redwoods and shit.
Yeah, they are.
Who knows?
Did you stop by Knott's Berry Farm over there?
What?
Or Disneyland? That's theme parks.
Oh, I've never even seen them. I don't know where they are.
Are those the space balls?
Oh,
It's the Gurgles.
All the...
oh, they're gonna show up.
Oh, but okay.
I bet there's some secrets in these credits here.
Probably.
You're looking for Thrawn and fucking everything, bro.
Yes, he is. I don't blame him though.
How
Like Thrawn is fucking.
I've been obsessed with Thrawn since I read the
that's
original
what
Thrawn
Thrawn-
trilogy. I don't read books, and I've actually read those books.
Here.
the original one.
Yeah, the
Yes.
original. Yeah.
I haven't read them.
New ones are actually good. Not as good as the old ones.
I have audiobook them.
Did you?
They're
I just refinished the first book
Nice.
on audiobook on the drive.
Yeah,
to
with
Wyoming
this
and
episode.
Yeah.
So when
That
all
episode
those lines were
so
coming to
for
that
a
one
nice
destination, there was 8 of them.
Wow.
Near perfect.
8 or 9.
That's the one where they're at
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing and then
Good
they
eye.
all
Yeah.
like-
Yeah.
I remember the first time I watched it, I was like,
Consider, like,
what?
nine.
She smashes your ass.
Yeah. Oh, so dope.
All right, guys.
Incredible.
I have a hot take.
You're a hot take.
Yeah, so
You're a hot take.
references, you got the general.
What's your hot take?
Jar Jar Binks isn't the most
You
annoying
got the
character in all
2
Star
other
Wars.
Jedi.
That's what Bridger is?
No,
No, you're just saying
Then
he's
you
not.
have
it's not.
Who
Who
is?
is?
C-3PO. And it's a mile.
There's
It's the
1 or 2
worst.
more, which could be Thrawn and
So you just don't like C-3PO.
He sucks.
I mean, that's really the answer.
Jar Jar Binks, it's annoying, but at least he's positive. At least he's got a good attitude. C-3PO, bitches, whines, complains, tells everyone that everyone's gonna die the entire fucking time, never adds a single good thing other than like maybe unlocking a door. But R2
And
can do that
translating.
shit too.
And translating.
It's like always R2 who does that shit.
Yeah. C-3PO fucking sucks.
Ooh, the hot take you
And he was
heard
made
it
by
here.
a terrorist. A kid
I mean,
terrorist.
That's true.
I mean, come on.
I mean, it's really hard to argue with you.
How
Yeah, like I can't argue with the logic right
What
now.
else do you have to do to get canceled, dude?
Jesus.
God dang it. I mean, Ahsoka was trained by a terrorist, but you know.
Yeah, but she left. She walked away.
Ooh, touche.
C-3PO was just
Touche.
like, I'll do whatever you say, and I'll lie the whole time.
That's not. You're not wrong.
I mean, dang. I
The few
mean,
times they need to use the translation, he can't do it.
He's like,
Well, that goes against my
odds
protocol.
are we're gonna die.
you do the weird walk
I
too.
can't think of a time that it's like super necessary.
The only thing I hated about his design was the one bar that he has from his bicep to.
It made no sense.
And
whatsoever.
it's like, so that way he's stuck doing this. I'm like, no, let him move his arm so he can be a working
And
droid.
Jar Jar's annoying, but at least he's like kind of funny. He's like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the drunken fist.
Yeah, and that guy's clearly.
He threw a
fucking
couple
idiot.
of water grenades. Those were
And
interesting.
he made it into Senate, which was even fucking funnier.
That is pretty funny.
Did you guys see like that Star Wars theory that Jar Jar Binks is actually a Sith Lord?
Oh, Darth Jar Jar.
Yeah, it's plausible.
I really wish it was just to piss people off.
Yeah.
Oh, it pissed people off so much.
I
Like-
love that because I like Jar Jar Binks.
I mean, if that person took off their helmet and it was Jar Jar, how hilarious would that have been?
So dumb.
You can't tell me everyone would have been like, nah, they were right. Those few people were right, and we're like,
I would want again like that though.
Look at that.
it'd be like, I'm sorry, Ahsoka. Oh god, sorry, Ahsoka.
Misa going to kill you.
Misa don't like Ezra. Ezra said I was stupid. Now who's stupid now?
Beats the shit out of him.
You know what? I'm okay with Darth Jar Jar as long as I don't have to hear freaking Obi-Wan with a fucking Boston accent from Amber.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad.
I'll take
That
Darth,
got annoying
Darth Jar Jar for sure over that.
The first time,
The first time I heard it, oh god. I was like, no more Amber. No more.
Like before the prequels, who did everyone hate?
Before the
In
prequels?
this- yeah, like
Besides
OG.
the Emperor? Besides the Emperor?
Like
Kinda
in
like
the
annoying
80s.
wise. Yeah. it was
Who
3PO.
said who's the most annoying?
probably 3PO.
Probably
3PO.
C-3PO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean Han Solo would agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
And then fucking.
Unplug the professor.
And then whoever made the. Or,
You know what?
What's his
Or-
name?
or
was like,
the,
we gotta make C-3PO a hero again. We gotta make something that they'll hate.
Or the
Jar Jar Binks. Some
Ewoks.
retarded alien.
Huh?
Or the Ewoks.
People
I
like
love the
divided
Ewoks.
on
No, the Ewoks are lovable.
Yeah. The Ewoks are amazing.
Nothing of who else.
C-3PO is the most annoying character in the original trilogy for sure.
Yeah,
He's the most annoying character in all of Star Wars, anything. And I stand by that. And I stand by it.
Well, in the new trilogy, the producers are the worst.
Yeah.
They're the most annoying.
Well, all the characters in the new
I
ones
have
are
nothing to
annoying.
add.
Well,
There's nothing.
I want to. You know how bad I want the love Finn.
I'm so tired for like the last
Well, I
year,
want to
and
love him
like-
too, but he's just lame.
Yeah,
They didn't do
But
anything.
I feel like they did that to him though.
Yeah, no, they did. It's not him.
Yeah, it's not him.
It was character assassination to the highest degree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
and all the trailers for Force Awakens, they make it seem like he's
He's
gonna be
gonna
the
be
fucking
the-
Jedi.
yeah. Which would be such a cool
yeah.
turn.
You
I
should have
figured
been
The Stormtrooper turned Jedi, like how fucking awesome would that be?
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be good until I realized when you look at China's fucking advertisement for it, look at their posters,
Well,
Finn's not on them at all,
yeah, you know
and
they
I'm
got
like,
the
ah,
black guy.
huh.
That's why.
The way that should have gone is fucking Rey should have gone to the dark side, got sucked in by Palpatine, and then
Mhm.
Finn and Rey fight it out. We didn't have to have any fucking Sith zombie bullshit.
Well,
You
they
coulda
could
had-
just
you
never
coulda-
have made Rise of Skywalkers. That is the biggest dumpster fire of
Oh, yeah.
anything Star Wars
You
ever.
could have had what's the same you could have had dang it, I forgot his name. Kylo come back to the good side. You could have had that.
Yeah.
But keep Rey in the dark side. Literally have Palpatine fucking fully take
Or
over her
just
body.
don't have her be the fucking granddaughter of Palpatine.
Yeah, that was pretty stupid too.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
I'm like,
yeah, it's your granddad.
I'm like, how would he
And then,
not have gotten to her way sooner?
Yeah.
How would he? There's no way in God's green earth or Star Wars.
Or how the fuck did he have
Or
a
still
million fucking Star Destroyers underneath ice for some reason?
And they just got
I'm gonna wait till now to come out. No, that's stupid. If you had that much power, you didn't need any of that. You could have took over the galaxy by yourself without Kylo Ren, without Rey.
Yep.
In their mind, they'll probably think that people are gonna love this show. Bring
With Star
Palpatine
Destroyers that
back.
had.
But
It
it's
would
just-
have been cool if they brought him back in a good way, but they didn't.
When Star Destroyers strong enough to blow up planets.
He's been on ice.
We're just gonna have every ship fight destroyers too.
Yeah.
In a way that makes
you
no
just
fucking
had
There's
sense.
zombie Star Destroyers. You'll get it later once you think about it for a little bit. That doesn't really make sense.
It was
but-
the crew that's now controlling these things to come out of the ice. The
Yeah,
crew's
they're-
just been
they're
sitting there for
zombies, too.
30 years.
I mean, are they all four zombies?
They need to do a Family Guy skit about that.
Yeah.
Right. Oh man.
Fucking annoying.
The space forces.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Space Horses are ridiculous. They should have just let Colin Trevorrow make his fucking movie.
I don't know.
Bobby, not Darth
The guy
Sidious.
that
What's
was
the other
originally
one?
writing and directing
That's,
episode
like
9.
undead, but like his body stays alive because
So
of
his
hate.
script
In, like, the
is out there.
extended
It's fucking
universe or in
awesome.
the movie?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, they changed it. What happened?
From
What happens in that? Well, first off, it starts
From
off with
KOTOR.
Luke actually tormenting Kylo Ren because
yeah,
the
the
last
guy's
Jedi
like
says,
half
"See you
rotten.
around, kid."
Yeah.
Like the second one.
And then they never interact with Rise of
Scion?
Skywalker.
No.
Oh,
And
nice.
this Kylo Ren,
Darth Bane?
No,
it starts
it's
on the same
Scion,
planet.
isn't
He's
it?
on
It might be
Mustafar
Scion.
in the beginning of Rise
Yeah.
of
The Eye
Skywalker.
of
which they
Scion?
never explained. You can't tell it's
Dude.
Mustafar. But in the original script, he's going into Vader's castle, looking for some sort of thing, and he finds a Sith
Holocron or
holocron,
what? Yeah, yeah.
and it's a message from the Emperor to Darth Vader, and it realizes that it's not Darth Vader it's talking to, and it shocks the fuck out of his face. And they have to then when he gets a new mask because he broke in Last Jedi, they create a new mask through Beskar, and they mold it to his face, so it is now stuck to his skin.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Why?
Because his face is all fucked up, so they need mask, so they mold it to his
It's
face.
like
And later on in the movie, he learns
That's the other part of
life
that's
steal.
why, like, I don't
Yep.
And he starts stealing the life of Rey.
What is it, League of Legends?
The Beskar just starts falling off of his face.
Yeah.
Because it's his
There's a lot
his
more
skin
like
is healing.
regenerating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
How did it
Ray
end, though?
learned
Like,
life
what was
gift.
the-
Ray learned life
Like, where do I
gift.
even start?
It's kind of like so how Ray dies in Rise of Skywalker, and he uses puts his life into her. That's kind of how it ends. But in Rise of Skywalker, it's not explained that he knows how to do that at all. And
Was there
one, well,
Palpatine in it?
Like just the 9 movies.
Good.
except for the
how it was in
holocron,
order.
that message. That's it.
Right, right. But that was like that's like finding an old diary.
It
Yep.
is, but I mean
That's
that's,
it.
that's
Yo.
doable.
KOTOR.
Yeah.
Versus
Is it Scion?
shit ton of seasons. of
Not Sidious.
Wars.
Not Sidious, but not
yeah.
There's Malak, there's Revan.
That is true, but we'll say.
KOTOR 2.
he's,
Nihilus?
Rogue One.
KOTOR
His
2.
favorite.
Yes,
I was watching
Nihilus.
You
his
have
episode.
Nihilus
A prequel.
and
The ladies.
no, the guy with the
A little bit, it's
decrepit
all about
body.
Revolution.
You know, the one with
I
keeps
can't-
coming
Plagueis
back.
Character.
No,
I
Plagueis
can't
is
think of
older.
his name.
Plagueis
Straightforward hero journey.
Plagueis is younger.
is
Good guys
Sidious's
and your
teacher.
bad
Yeah.
guys.
We're talking about
And,
Knights of the Old Republic video games, like
and
thousands of
Andor.
years.
Oh,
It's kind of
fuck.
like he's-
I
like
know you're
Scion,
talking
Oh
about
my god.
something like that.
He had a really long face.
Like, he's
No,
bad guy.
no, he's like
Plagueis
gray,
person that
gray
dies
body. Yeah,
doing
Plagueis is
something
the longer
he
face,
doesn't like.
Yeah,
but he has
Plagueis is
gray
longer
body.
face,
Like it looks cracked up. Literally looks like he looks like the
Like,
crust of the
goes a lot
moon.
more in depth
And
with that kind of
he
shit than
dies
Star
multiple
Wars.
times. The only reason he's alive
Word.
is his hate. Is an anger and pain.
Oh,
His
yeah.
pain is so strong. He sustains himself off the
God,
force
get
of
it,
that
you're
pain.
fucking edgy.
But-
Fuck.
I'm talking about Scion.
But
Is it Scion?
that's what we think it's
I
Scion,
think
right?
it's Scion, yeah.
I could just Google it. I don't know why.
Darth Scion.
Darth Scion, I would have
It is Scion.
So
yeah,
the question.
Darth Scion.
So question.
Yeah.
That was the eye of what?
Scion. Yeah.
You think they're gonna make? You think they're gonna reach for it?
And look
Yeah,
at,
the years are way off though.
No, it doesn't.
look at the picture
It
of
could be like
Scion.
undead.
Look at that eye.
That's what I'm saying. You think they're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
reach? You're gonna do some kind of reach toward it? I mean, that could just be the only reference it's
The
gonna make.
crater of the moon.
Bro, what if Thrawn was just like a fucking
Oh,
just a
Thor-
trick? He ain't even in it.
Oh, Thrawn,
He's
no.
gonna lose his fucking mind.
No, they've already shown him in the trailer.
Yeah, I know, but it was just a trick.
Oh, they
Like, "Yeah,
did?
We're gonna show some
I
guy
didn't see the
dressed up as
trailers.
Thrawn."
Fuck.
Yeah.
I didn't look at any of the trailers. They did show them.
I don't
Very
look at
first trailer,
trailers.
you see him from behind.
Okay, never. You know how
shit.
crazy it would be
They,
if it was actually
they've
just
shown
a,
him from the front too.
you know,
Dick, though.
it'd be crazy if it was just like hit just the stress signal the whole time, and it's actually Ezra there. How funny that would be.
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna-
just they just have flashbacks.
If they
to
were
Thrawn.
cool, they'd make Ezra evil or some shit.
You never know. Maybe he's now the apprentice of Thrawn.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
That'd be fucking awesome.
Thrawn could get in his head for sure.
Yeah.
Thrawn is the kind of person to get in someone's head. I mean, and Ezra's not just. Yeah, Ezra's not just going to decapitate him the second he could.
Yeah, well, I bet you I bet you what they do. And this is for anybody that read the original books. Is the reason why Ezra has not gotten away is because Thrawn has the Asilamari little fucking
Oh,
thing
shit.
Yeah, that blocks,
that blocks the Force.
Yep.
Oh, so he has no power.
Yeah, in the original books, there's this planet.
They made
have
Ezra look
these-
like a bitch, though.
Said what?
Well, he always,
Ezra
looks,
kinda
he always
is.
looks like a bitch. He is a bitch.
Kind of is.
I mean,
Bro, he saved the world, bro.
well,
Still
the
Doesn't
galaxy.
mean he's not a bitch. C-3PO technically saved the world.
No, the fuck he did. What the fuck
Got
did he
me
save?
fucked.
I don't know that language.
I mean, without C-3PO there communicating, Luke and all them would have died in the Death Star. He saved them and then saved the world.
They would have found a way.
I mean,
Some other fucking droid would have done it.
He's like, I'm
You know what?
standing on this mountain.
We're all
Some
fine
bitch-ass
here.
British
How are you?
droid.
Jar Jar saved the world then.
Jar Jar's dope as fuck. Jar Jar was in the Senate. Jar Jar
True.
tried to make change in the
Actually,
galaxy.
Jar Jar is the destruction of the world because he's the one that is the final vote to give Emperor Palpatine power.
Well, he's a
That
retard.
is-
That's his thing.
Well, he
Yeah,
got
he was a
manipulated.
plant because he knew he would fuck it up.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna put
He's
the
like,
dumbest guy in here.
trying to think of a real life politician that does that. All of them.
Yeah.
True.
Yes.
Yeah, guys. All of
Yeah. Yeah, we're still streaming.
Yeah.
I'm going home.
Star Wars Lord of
Thanks for the invite.
Thank you for coming and watching.
Speculation.
I'm leaving too. I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Ciao. Y'all be good.
Toodles.
Now I'm gonna go home and play Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah.
Twitch.tv/Dreadseer. There
Are
you
you
go.
streaming it?
Bye,
No,
Connor. Good to
I should
see
stream a new
you. Good to
playthrough of
see
it. I should
you.
start a new playthrough and stream it.
Yeah, why not?
Awesome.
When was the last time you
I was
streamed?
waiting to see if you were going to say that. Bye, Bobby.
Last month?
Yeah.
What did you stream?
Who was I playing with?
You didn't stream when we did Diablo, did you?
No, I think I streamed Street Fighter.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know I streamed Street Fighter. I was bad.
Good night, guys.
And I didn't stream Baldur's Gate because I was like, my first playthrough, I'm like, no, I'm save scumming this bitch.
Yeah, I would.
I'm like, I am save scumming, and I'm like,
Save's coming?
Save, do something. If I mess up, reload. If keep messing up my rolls, reload.
Fuck it, just stream that shit. Who
I
gives
feel
a
like
fuck?
it's easy to get stun locked playing.
You playing Baldur's Gate, Bobby?
I haven't played it.
I haven't either.
It's good.
It looks so good.
Sean, I'm gonna warn you. It's one of those games that you're gonna start.
This is the first stream. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. This is the first stream where all the candy salad and all the popcorn is out of the bowl.
Yeah, right?
What was in the candy salad anyway?
Candy.
What wasn't in the candy?
Yeah, right? A lot.
I didn't even.
There was a lot.
I was focused.
There's
Uh,
gummy
like
bears, there
Nerd
were nerd
bottle
clips,
cap.
there's bottle caps.
That was a salad, really.
There's
then.
M&Ms.
M&M peanuts.
Peanut M&Ms, yeah.
There was a lot in there. And
Yeah.
It's gone.
And your
It's all
popcorn's
gone.
basically almost gone, so you did good.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna eat the rest of that popcorn.
I figured you would.
I definitely will.
I mean, it was good. It was the right amount of salted.
I'm probably gonna rewatch these.
You ready?
Both of these episodes here. in a
The
second.
right amount of salted.
Yeah. And salt
I agree.
advisory for anyone that disagrees.
Salt.
If your doctor told you to cut down on your sodium
If I was
consumption,
our normal group of watch party people, then
They'd all
that
bitch.
salt advisor would be necessary.
Yeah. Yeah.
we like to season our food.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely. I want to taste
Right.
it. I want to feel that inside of me.
That was good.
That was great.
I
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
That was
I'm
awesome.
very happy so far.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't
Except
get
for
me-
the no Thrawn thing.
I
Yeah,
don't
except for
want
no
it to be.
fucking Thrawn.
So I don't want it to be the end
Dave
of this.
Filoni.
I don't want it to be the end of the series. So thank you for not putting the first 2 episodes, but I want to see him next week. I'm gonna be real. I want to see him next week. It could be just it could be just a shadow, right?
He'll be there next.
I mean, they already filmed it, so he either is or isn't
I'm
there.
gonna knock on some
Yeah,
wood
true.
over here.
He's got to be next week.
So are they going to be releasing 2 episodes next week, or is it?
No,
one?
probably just one.
Yeah, just one.
And the next one, I think it's only like 35 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Another reason to keep that Disney Plus subscription going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's 8 episodes. So if the next one's only 35 minutes. There's a good chance Thrawn won't be in that one either. It'll probably tease at the very end of that.
Yep. Oh,
yeah.
You see the back. You see a silhouette or something.
Yeah.
That's so weird when they do that.
What they show Ezra before
When
they show.
shows do that.
They
They
know
did
what
that
they're
for
doing.
the
Chained
Last
up.
of Us too.
Yeah.
The pilot was like an hour and 30 minutes.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
And then the
I
next
think
one
that's
was
right.
like
I think it's gonna be something.
45 minutes, and
Yeah.
then the one after that was like an hour and 15, and the one after that was like
30
30
minutes.
37
I
minutes.
want
I
that
think.
one turncoat Jedi to actually secretly be a plant and him actually to be on the light side, just waiting to get Ezra. There you go. That's what I want.
He seems
like he's got more to his character, obviously.
Who, Balin?
Yeah, Balin.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like, I want Balin to
could be a good
secretly be a
character.
plant, and out of nowhere, at the very end, be like, "Nah, I made this plan with Ezra."
I think he's gonna have his own. I don't think he's gonna be a plant, but he's gonna have his own like personal reasons for doing what he's
Yeah.
doing. That are gonna be like relatable.
I think that ultimately he has a lot of respect for Ahsoka too.
Yeah.
I think now his apprentice don't give nothing. She just seems like she just want power.
Yeah.
And she don't understand something yet. She don't know.
Yeah, she seems like she's gonna turn.
Yeah, she's gonna be the main bad.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to do something.
Or she might kill him.
The blonde.
She might kill him.
Which I mean,
She's like, this
that's
is
what
the
all
way.
that's what all the Sith Lords have in common.
Yeah, they all kill their masters. Except for Anakin. Well, no, Anakin did.
Well,
he killed his
yeah,
master.
well,
he threw his
did.
ass off the fucking. I'm an
Yeah,
idiot. He was ass. Well, technically, he didn't kill him though.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
if
yeah,
we go
now.
into like the extended
thought he
order,
did,
he
though.
tried
We should
beforehand.
disregard that.
Yeah. Fuck Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, in my opinion, he
I
sacrificed
thought
his
he was
life
a
to kill
clone.
him.
Yeah,
Palpatine.
that Palpatine is a clone actually.
Yeah, so he did. Technically, well,
Oh, you're right.
yeah, he killed him.
But you know,
But he didn't destroy the essence of Palpatine.
He did essence
No.
Palpatine. He just.
But then again,
thrived
there's
in the
also the thought process that some people believe that the Emperor that was killed in Return of the Jedi was a clone.
Oh, and then
Oh.
I don't know because I just think the
So-
body that he had in there was just so.
I mean,
Is that
that's
what-
just a theory people have.
Yeah.
I don't
Not
think
mine.
it's true.
A game theory.
Was that
Thanks for watching.
because I think that's that same theory, or like there was another theory that all the hooded figures that was actually in that arena with him were just all of his clones.
They're all
Yeah.
Palpatine.
Weaker,
they
weaker
were just
versions
all
of his clones.
Palpatine.
I could see that being a theory. Yeah. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. That's what that movie was. It was. I cannot watch.
So I was like, I'm just fucking disappointed.
Yeah.
Until our Rise of Skywalker. That was
I can't. I can't watch more than 20 minutes. I've tried multiple times. And I cannot
I'm
get
not-
past 20 minutes of that movie.
I only saw it the one time we saw it in the theaters. And that, like,
I've tried
any
like
other
3
show-
times since then. I cannot get past like 20 minutes.
You know what?
Can't.
Just redo the story. Give me a Dave Filoni cut of it.
Yeah, just let Dave Filoni do everything in Star Wars from now on.
I mean, he's got 6 more episodes to do well, just like he did in these 2.
He's gonna.
And as long as he does that, it's good.
Yeah,
gonna
he's
keep
getting his
making
own
shit
movie
after
too after that.
Well, hey, you know what? So far, make sure to give him his flowers because he's doing great right now.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as this goes perfectly, let this man cook. Make him have all the decisions.
Oh yeah, I mean some of the best episodes of Mandalorian were directed by him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see a lot of Clone Wars Easter eggs in that show too, not just Rebels. I
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
feeling.
for sure.
Oh, very
I mean,
much
that's-
so.
'cause
I mean,
that's him. That's the Clone Wars is all Dave Filoni too.
Yeah,
So-
and it's Ahsoka, obviously, but
Yeah, that's his baby.
it's not gonna be all Rebels.
Well, there's supposedly Captain Rex is going to be in this too.
No shit, really.
Yeah.
Well, he ain't dead yet, so.
You know the theory that Captain Rex was the bearded rebel
In
on
Return of the
Endor?
Jedi.
Yeah.
I want that to be true.
That'd be awesome if that is true.
Anyway, Time Code Gaming family and streaming and filming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toodles.
Cinema.
I'm debating on whether I'm going to keep this stream going and just rewatch all these episodes by
Why
myself.
not? Yeah.
Might come back. I'm
Give your extended answers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go downstairs and get some copper and stuff, and I think I might just rewatch these episodes again.
See if there's anything that you might have missed.
Yeah. So, you know, you got a lot of people talking and stuff.
Yeah.
Which I enjoy, but sometimes I miss things.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely gonna be rewatching them.
Yeah. I don't think I made a Be Right Back stream.
Yeah.
I need my mouse.
Can't you use the same one for the P break?
That's what I'm seeing. If there's some of the originally the Jacob Ladder. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're
We're
gonna rewatch some
back.
Ahsoka.
For an encore.
Yeah. We need more candy? We need more candy? Yep. And some Mike and Ike and some run.
So good. For an encore.
Did you want any more popcorn? Or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. Gonna run back some Ahsoka.
Yee.
Gotta get some very salty popcorn first.
Mm-hmm. I was literally gonna say like this candy salad had everything but like the runts. And I didn't realize it didn't have the Mike and Ike's too.
Yeah, I just once I saw how big it was, the bowl, I was like, I'm just gonna save the runs for later.
Yeah.
Usually I have to give away the popcorn at the end.
Yeah. This time we didn't.
Both of these things off now?
Yep.
Oh. Alright, let's run this shit back.
Yeah. It's all coming back.
It's all coming back. Oh, where the hell is it? Hey, it says we got 4 people watching.
Yee.
Shut up. What are you talking about? What just happened? Why would I add another profile? We are currently experiencing slow internet connection speeds. I am connected to the internet. I mean, I'm still streaming, so I'm obviously connected to the internet, you idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay, hold on.
That's weird.
That's very weird. Oh, damn, it's midnight. That's alright. What's going on here? The hell, Disney? I mean, if it was 9 o'clock when everybody's trying to stream Ahsoka, that makes sense.
Yeah. Or maybe it's everyone's gotten off of work. Maybe they stop, you get done with dinner.
Now they're doing it. Close out of that, open it back up, see what happens. What the hell, Disney Plus? Alright, hold on. Wow, okay, maybe we can rewatch this back.
You say we can't?
It's not working.
Oh, wow.
What's going on? Well. Could watch this. See it over there?
Mm-hmm.
There's a,
107 Easter eggs.
yeah, we can watch this Easter egg breakdown for now until that comes back on. I like this guy too. Screen Crush, Ryan Airy, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
This is Jedi.
See what he's got for us.
Oh, you do like Screen Crush?
Hey, welcome
I
back
do,
to Screen
yeah.
Crush. I'm Ryan Airy. And
There was
this is
someone
all
that
the
was telling
Easter
me
egg
that they
references
don't
and
like
little things
him.
you might have missed in
I
the
don't remember
premiere
who it
of
was.
Ahsoka.
Ah,
Now
that's
we're
not been
covering
on me.
both episodes, but if you've only seen
Yeah, I like the voice that he gives his dog.
Oh, yeah, yeah. For sure.
We found lots of obscure Easter eggs that tie the show into Rebels, Clone Wars,
What?
Mandalorian, even some hints
Who's
about where the
Renee?
show
Is that
I don't know.
Renesmee?
Where is that?
I don't know who Renee is.
So let's start with this episode.
Sounds
We
like a
begin with
loser.
the sound of tribal drums.
Wonder why they chose red.
Now, the score for the series was done by Star Wars veteran Kevin HEIR, who did Clone Wars Rebels and some of his best work on the Bad
That
Batch.
makes
Now,
sense.
because this series is a sequel to Star Wars Rebels, he returns a lot of the themes from that show. For instance, we hear Hera's Rebels theme when we first meet her in the series. And we go to the Star Wars TV show logo opening featuring several characters. Vader, a protocol droid, clone trooper, HK assassin droid, the Sith Inquisitor Merrick, Hu Yang, Stormtrooper, Chopper, and Sabine Wren. Now, usually these alternate red and blue between good guys and bad guys, but not in this first episode for some reason. So the opening crawl with this red font reminded me a lot of the final episodes of Dave Filoni's Clone Wars series, where the titles for the episodes appeared in red without the usual Clone Wars fanfare. And this opening crawl is more like a dour 70s fantasy movie than the Flash Gordon-esque Star Wars
That
crawl
last season of Clone Wars
yeah,
was fucking
this immediately sets a darker tone for the series. It implies that while Han, Luke, and Leia are off having bright adventures, Ahsoka is off to the side, fighting in the shadows. Although the crawl does follow the same rules as the typical Star Wars crawl, with certain nouns like Evil Galactic Empire capitalized, and this phrase, Sinister Agents, is also how Leia's pursuers were named in the crawl to A New Hope. This crawl also does a great job of summing up where we're at in the galactic story, but frankly, I think they should have included like another one for people who have not seen Star Wars Rebels. Yeah, like I've never seen Star Wars Rebels, and I was totally lost. You never saw Rebels? Well, actually, we have a full recap up now, but basically, oh my gosh! What is it? Oh my god, they're everywhere. This is so annoying. Person, what are we gonna do? Our video is now infested with ads. I got this. Hold on, just a second. Wait, here we go, and done. Oh, what did you do? Well, Doug, I turned on my NordVPN ad blocker, and boom, no more ads. See, guys, I've been using NordVPN for almost 3 years now, and it's unbelievable how much time and money NordVPN has saved me. For one, it's an incredible ad blocker. The only ad blocker I use. But also, because of NordVPN, I was able to cancel
All right, Ryan, come on.
Service I used to subscribe to. So here's a true story. The other day, I was talking to my wife about Back to the Future, and she said, "Oh, I've never seen Back to the Future." And I was like, "Oh my god, we should totally watch Back to the Future." Yeah, we should watch Back to the Future. Right? We should. So, I checked, it's not on Netflix. And you've been here before. You search for like where this movie's streaming, then you either have to subscribe to a new service with a trial period you forget about, or you have to just pay the money to rent the movie, which is frustrating because we pay for so many streaming services. So instead, I looked up another country where Back to the Future was streaming, and it was streaming in France. So I used NordVPN to change my location to France, and we watched Back to the Future. Now, I also thought it was funny how on French Netflix, they use this black and white image like a stereotypical French film would. So this is one of the many reasons I love having NordVPN as a sponsor for this video. They also offer threat protection, which protects you from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. Like if you do click on a suspicious attachment in your email, we've all done it accidentally before.
Wait a second,
threat
do all
protection
French
deletes that download
films,
before
are they
it
all in
finishes,
black and white?
protecting your desktop from getting infected. And today, we've got a special deal for our subscribers. If you go to nordvpn.com/screencrush or click the link in the description and purchase a 2-year plan, you get 4 months for free plus a huge discount. And you can take advantage of their 30-day money-back guarantee. Now, back to Ahsoka. I'm going to sum up Star Wars Rebels for you very quickly. So that show followed a small rebel cell called the Spectres in the years before A New Hope. Ahsoka, who had survived the Jedi Purge, was the handler for this cell, handing them assignments from the greater Rebel Alliance leaders. The Spectres consisted of characters we see on this show, like Hera and Sabine Wren, also Zep, who cameoed in The Mandalorian, the droid Chopper, and a former Padawan named Kanan Jarrus, and his new apprentice, Ezra. And the series ends with Ezra facing off against Imperial Grand Admiral Thrawn using hyperspace traveling whales called the Purgil to whisk them off the parts unknown. In season 2 of The Mandalorian, Din Djarin helped Ahsoka Tano capture
Ezra had
leading to this question.
Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?
So Thrawn is one of the greatest Star Wars villains ever,
speak to
coming
animals and
originally from
stuff,
the
so that's why
books,
he was able to convince the
and launching his own excellent canon
the
novel.
Purgle,
And remember, in The Mandalorian
the
season
space
3,
whales,
we
whatever,
found
to
out that
attach
the
themselves to the
Imperial
ship.
Shadow Council is going to install Thrawn as their new leader.
Grand Admiral Thrawn's return to heralding the re-emergence of our military.
And by the way, everybody, if you like what we do here at the channel and you like our Star Wars coverage, then we have lots of merchandise at our very own merch store that I think you will love. There's this sweet brand new Apprentice Lives t-shirt, the Hello There. Hello there. My new favorite shirt, the Prequel Apologist. Thanks, George. Right now we have a Labor Day sale going on.
Wow.
10% off. Plus, we have classics like our original trilogy and Somehow Palpatine Returned. Links to the product. Guys, shop our merch store. We appreciate you looking around and helping us.
That's so good.
We open on Morgan Elsbeth's prison ship, and I gotta tell you, the New Republic is terrible at holding on to their prisoners. Then liberated this guy in season 1 of The Mandalorian, and Moff Gideon escaped his prison shuttle. Now, in The Mandalorian, the task force invaded an actual prison ship that was mostly manned by droids. As we see throughout this series, the New Republic has whittled down 90% of its military, trying to restore the galaxy to the way it was before the Clone Wars, like totally demilitarized. Not a great plan. But in this episode, it seems like the Republic has learned its lesson because they are transporting Morgan Elsbeth on a battle cruiser that looks a lot like the medium transports the rebels used to escape Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back. This protocol droid looking at navigation charts seems like a visual reference to C-3PO doing the same thing in the original trilogy. I would say it's a coincidence, but Dave Filoni loves putting callbacks to the original trilogy and his work. The military officer's uniforms are also from the original trilogy, with one being worn here by Crix Mayhew in Return of the Jedi. And also, like in Jedi, we have a Jedi warrior using an outdated clearance code to get access to military assets.
It's an older concept, but it checks out.
Even this shot mirrors the arrival of the Imperial shuttle arriving at the Death Star in Jedi. And I gotta say, this arrogance of the captain,
I'm calling it bluff.
is foreshadowing the arrogance of the New Republic. This government allowed the First Order to grow like a weed because they were so confident in their victory that they could not see this new shadow rising in the unknown regions. The cool thing about shows like Ahsoka is it's going to bridge that gap. We're going to find out how we went from like rebels celebrating with teddy bears on Endor to everything basically going to shit in Episode 7. So everyone in the hangar bay is wearing these New Republic security uniforms we first saw in that same Mandalorian episode. And there is an A-Wing in the background right here. And of course, one of the security officers is Mon Cala, like the famous rebel leader, Admiral Raddus. Then we meet former Jedi Baylan Skoll and his apprentice, Shin Hati. Baylan is played by the late, great Ray Stevenson, who this episode is dedicated to. Now, their names, Skoll and Hati, are from Norse mythology. These are wolves, the sons of the wolf Fenrir. You know, this wolf from Ragnarok.
I really those wolves look familiar.
Now, in Norse mythology, it is said that these are the
Get two
wolves
wolves
that
over
chase
in
the
the
sun and moon
background.
across the sky. And it's prophesied they will do so until Ragnarok.
One chases the moon while the other chases the sun.
And devour them. Now, Dave Filoni loves wolves. There's the Loth Wolves in Star Wars Rebels. The wolves created a portal in the world between worlds. His character's name in The Mandalorian is called Trapper Wolf. So, like, all of this is not a coincidence.
There are two wolves inside of you, and they are both written by Dave Filoni.
That's right. Now, we do have a video coming out about these two. We explained where they could have come from, and we already posted a video about how they could both be members of the Knights of Ren. I love that video. I'm really proud of it. So make sure you subscribe, don't miss it, and ring the bell for all this
I wonder if the two wolves are representative of the
cool stuff we have planned.
Baylan
I do
and his
want to point out
apprentice.
that Baylan is an actual
what he was trying to
Jedi,
say?
and you can see that his apprentice has a Jedi Padawan.
Which wolves in the background are you talking about?
Clone Wars and the High Republic.
Near that
It is
like
interesting to see that
cartoonish
Baylan is
like
trained his
mural.
apprentice in the old ways
Oh,
of the
those
Jedi,
are
but
in
obviously
reference to the Loth
when
wolves
Baylan's
from Rebels that help Ezra and them.
Now, this is to contrast Obi-Wan using the
But they're
Force for
also like
non-violence
a
in New Hope.
connection in like Norse mythology. There's these two wolves. Well, one chases the sun and the other
And
chases
Baylan's
the
thrust
moon.
toward violence here contrasts
And they're
these
always
dual
like
former
kind
Jedi
of like
survived the purge. Once again, the score shines in this scene.
it could be foreshadowing that one's going. One of them's going to stay on like a good path, while the other one's going to go to a darker path.
Which would make sense with her being the going the dark path and him
Because he wanted to
not.
slowly integrate them as they built up to the events of A New Hope. And now it's like he's taken those same arrangements from the original trilogy and stripped them down to show that time has now passed. And now the conflict is being reborn as something new. On the bridge, the acting captain is handed a blaster when they go to Red Alert. It's not really an Easter egg, just a very cool detail that I liked. That's awesome, dude. And then they free Morgan Elsbeth, aka a Night Sister of Dathomir.
What's a mighty sister of Davenir?
Oh man, the Night Sisters are so cool. So, not everybody who uses the Force is like a good Jedi Knight or a super evil Sith. Those are are orders of Force users, but there are many, many other types of people who use the Force. One of these are the dark side Force users called the Witches of Dathomir. Darth Maul is actually a Dathomirian Zabrak, and his mother was the leader of the Night Sisters. Her name was Mother Talzin. Actually, Mother Talzin was the one who restored Maul's mind after he survived his duel with Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, like Darth Sidious always had kind of an uneasy truce with these Force Witches, and at the end of the Clone Wars, he ordered Count Dooku to light the map. So very few of these Force Witches survive. As far as I know, it's just Marin from the Fallen Order games, and now Morgan Elsbeth. Whenever Baylan releases her, he uses the Force to unshackle her, which seems like another callback to Return of the Jedi. Also, they missed a golden opportunity here when Baylan asks who, and it cuts like this.
Ahsoka? Time.
But it should have gone like this.
Who is this Jedi?
Yeah.
But instead, they cut to her saying the name, and then they lingered as they walked off camera, maybe to show off how much this hallway looks like the Tantive 4 in A New Hope. The title of this episode is Master and Apprentice, referring to the mystery of who Baylan and his apprentice are, but also the reunion of Ahsoka and her apprentice, Sabine Wren. Then we go to Ahsoka infiltrating the ruins of a Night Sister temple, and they give her an awesome Kurosawa-esque shot of her emerging from the sands, much like this awesome shot of her in The Mandalorian that was an homage to the movie Yojimbo. When Ahsoka enters the temple, she touches the pillars to hear them through the Force, and I think this is her sensing a Force echo, one of the abilities of Cal Kestis in the Fallen Order game.
There you go.
And speaking of Fallen Order, this whole sequence where she aligns pillars to get orbs to glow and activate is very reminiscent of the Zepho temple in the first
right,
game,
yeah,
but
yeah.
this is a temple of the Witches of Dathomir.
Wait, what's the Zephyr? Like Zepho Marx? That Marx brother?
No. The Zepho are an ancient race of Force users, and it is possible that they had a connection to these Force Witches. But again, I'm getting distracted. I'm going to talk about that in a different video. Subscribe so you don't miss it. Now, notice that the number 3 has special significance in this temple. There are these 3 figures and also a triquetron. Now, this is on the floor, and it represents a Celtic symbol representing the 3 in 1, like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. But in Witchcraft, the number 3 represents the 3 stages of womanhood: the Mother, the Maiden, and the Crone, which also represents the waning and waxing of the moon. You see, witches often appear in 3s in great works of literature like Macbeth or Hocus Pocus. After she finds the orb, the com sound is straight from the prequels and Clone Wars. And just outside, she fights 4 HK assassin droids, which have appeared all over Star Wars, but we first saw them in the Knights of the Old Republic games. But my favorite droid in this opening sequence was Hu Yang, who is voiced by David Tennant in Clone Wars and in this series. Now,
Oh, that's why you said that.
Hu Yang served his
David
main function to help
Yeah.
younglings construct and build lightsabers. This droid is thousands of years old, and he has a database of every lightsaber he's ever helped to create. This is a very cool way for some aspect of the Jedi Order to have survived the Jedi Purge. In fact, the game Jedi Survivor also recently introduced another droid from the High Republic era, ZN-A4, and it's interesting to see how these 2 droids have some design elements in common. Now, Hu Yang kept his distance from the planet because standard Jedi protocol says it's better for a ship to remain far away, because the Padawan and their master can take care of any trouble that happens on the surface. This is a subtle way of reminding us that Ahsoka needs a Padawan because she's going to be in a little over her head. But the show also reminds us that she's not actually a Jedi, and so she does not follow the Jedi code, because we find out that after this,
Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?
she apparently tortured Morgan for information.
Let's just say I didn't follow standard Jedi protocol.
She brings the map back to the Mon Calamari cruiser command ship, which is named Home 1. Now, this is the same ship that Akbar commanded at the Battle of Endor, and this is where the Rebel Alliance gathered to plan that same attack. And of course, we also see X-Wings flying around on patrol. Now, Ahsoka's ship is a T6 Jedi shuttle, which first appeared in the Clone Wars episode Children of the Force, but it was standard transportation for the Jedi all throughout the entire Clone Wars. Now, during the Imperial era, I'm sure that Ahsoka traveled in something less conspicuous, but now that the Republic is restored, she is no longer in hiding. And then Hera shows up, played in live action by Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Following the events of Star Wars Rebels, Hera continued to be a major leader during the rebellion. In the comics, we see
So
her
mad I
playing
couldn't
attack
remember her name.
alongside Leia, and she even got a
She
name
is such
drop
a
in
babe.
Rogue One. And
And
her
I can't believe he
jacket
didn't
is
mention that
covered
she's
in
married
Easter
to
eggs, like
Ewan
the
McGregor,
logo for
who
Phoenix
is
Squadron,
Obi-Wan.
which was designed by Sabine Wren. The symbol on her back looks like her ship, the Ghost. and
Fucked
her
up,
icon
Ryan Airy.
face, and the massive 5 pips on
That's right.
it notes her as a
You're never gonna
general
watch
who
this, but you
first
fucked
saw
up,
the
Ryan Airy.
Yeah.
And by General Carlise Regan in Empire Strikes Back.
There
One
you
of the
go.
fun things about this era of Star Wars is getting to see characters from like the prequels and the Clone Wars interact with characters and places from the original trilogy. I got goosebumps in this scene. Ahsoka and Hera are in the same room where Luke rejoined the rebellion. I mean, the hologram table even makes the same sound.
It's relatively unprotected.
I also want to point out that the Rebellion modeled these early meeting rooms after the circular hollow tables where the Jedi planned out their attacks in the Clone Wars. And I have to think that those tables were modeled after the original Jedi Council chamber. Like King Arthur's round table, this was a circle where nobody sat at the head. And this contrasts with the Sith, because the Emperor always made the line of sight drawn directly towards him. Ahsoka tells her that Thrawn is the last Grand Admiral who is still at large, which was also true in the original, now non-canon novels, which took place 5 years after Return of the Jedi. Those Timothy Zahn novels, called the Heir to the Empire trilogy, featured the very first appearance of Thrawn. Now, HEIR says,
It's never a straight line with you Jedi, is it?
and she should know because for years she was shacked up with a Jedi and had his kid.
I think they would mention that in the show more.
You really would. And then we return to Lothal, the setting of seasons 1 and 4 of Rebels. Now, Lothal is an outer rim planet that is rich in some resources, so Thrawn tried to build a military factory there until Hera and the other rebels successfully fought them off the planet. And then we go to a ceremony where the toughest screw to ever do a turn in Shawshank, Clancy Brown, is reprising his role from Rebels as Governor Ryder Azadi. Now, it is very cool that he gets to play the same role in live action, but I still wish that the original Ahsoka actor, Ashley Eckstein, could have brought the character to life in live action.
I mean, yeah, have you seen her Ahsoka cosplay? It is on point.
Yeah, it is. High five. Also, Clancy Brown has been in live-action Star Wars before. He played this Deveronian in The Mandalorian. In the crowd here, we see a Godel and a Rodian as they're dedicating a mural of the Spectres. That's the group from Star Wars Rebels.
Yeah, I
actually
remember
saw this same mural in the finale of
the
Rebels, but I'll talk about that a little later in the video. I do want to point out, though, that this is the Dave Filoni joint, so there are a couple of giant
yeah,
wolves
that's
here.
probably
And
represents what you're
Stalker
talking
Ryder
about.
actually used their Jai-Kel to vamp for him. Now, this character was also introduced in Star Wars Rebels, where he met Ezra at the Imperial Academy when Ezra was undercover. After they escaped, however, he joined Ryder's partisan fighters on Lothal, and he was apparently rewarded with a Senate seat.
Razor was a veteran, like Jar Jar Binks.
Like Jar Jar Binks, that's right. Jar Jar was a veteran, which is the only way he could have possibly secured a Senate seat from Naboo. And then we smash cut to Sabine Wren riding a swoop bike down one of Lothal's long, uncrowded, perfectly maintained roads to nowhere. Now she's listening to rock music.
That was interesting, having rock music in Star Wars.
For Star Wars, but the special edition of Return of the Jedi gave us the song Jedi Rocks.
That's fair.
And also, we hear rock-type music in the canon game Jedi Survivor. Now, the ships going after Sabine are very exciting. These are E-Wings, which Star Wars author Adam Lance Garcia has told me were first introduced in the Legends comic book Dark Empire, which shows Luke turning to the dark side 6 years after Return of the Jedi. Great comic, which also introduced the idea of the Emperor resurrecting himself with cloning.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
The Arabesh on her helmet here reads Babe, which is amazing. And the Arabesh on the road sign reads Caution
Well,
in
she is a
Sector
babe.
7, which feels like an homage to Homer Simpson's workplace. And I say that because in The Mandalorian, there was another homage to Sector 7G in this Arabesh here. Now, on Sabine's jacket, we can see the patch for Phoenix Squadron, which she designed. And it also inspired the symbol for the Rebel Alliance, which became the New Republic symbol these pilots wear on their helmets. Just like how she drew the Loth Cat on her own helmet. See, Sabine is a passionate artist in the show Rebels, which is why Ahsoka seeks her out in this show.
That's right, it's art. Everything has meaning.
Sabine's passion for art also makes her a keen adversary for Thrawn, who can read a culture's artwork to understand their psychology and battle tactics.
It's the mark of the Phoenix Squadron.
It is a commitment, but to this world specifically.
And speaking of art, this patch on her jacket is a deep cut to the last season finale of The Mandalorian. Remember, Sabine is from the Mandalorian clan Ren, which has long been an ally of Bo-Katan, so this symbol represents your mom. Sabine is staying at the Lothal Communications Tower, which was an important location for her Rebel cell in the show Rebels. This is where they first broadcast a message from Lothal to the rest of the rebellion, letting everybody know that they were not alone in the galaxy.
Stand up together. Because that's your strongest. That's one.
And on the wall of her apartment, we see numerous kill marks for stormtroopers, and later we see Imperial helmets stashed here like trophies, just like how we saw trophy helmets above the bar in Season 3 of The Mandalorian. She has a pet Loth Cat, creature that we saw all through Rebels, but first appeared in live action in Season 1 of The Mandalorian, and then she watches a message from Ezra on an old image caster, like the one we saw Qui-Gon use in The Phantom Menace right here.
It's in good order.
Ezra is now being played by Amonis Fondi, and he is wearing the same clothes that he wore in the Rebels finale just before their last mission against Thrawn. Now, the show Rebels was mostly made for kids, but it did slowly hint that Sabine and Ezra were developing feelings for each other, which would explain why she didn't want to be at the monument dedication earlier in the episode. She feels like there's nothing to celebrate with Ezra being gone. And then she has a Force dream where Ezra calls out to her. Now, Sabine didn't show any Force sensitivity in Rebels, so I like that later on in episode 2, Hu Yang says that she is had the worst force sensitivity he has ever seen. But we have seen characters have force dreams that reveal visions to them in the past. And the most famous example being when Anakin dreamed of Padme's death. Then Ahsoka arrives on Lothal in a shot that mirrors this one from the finale of Star Wars Rebels. Now, in the common room of Ahsoka's ship, notice these leaf patterns on the floor. These look very much like the insignia of the High Republic era of the Jedi Order, showing this kind of pre-Imperial design flourishes across her ship. Also, have to point out this really bugged me. She's like holding this mug all through this scene. That cup is empty. There's nothing in that cup. What's she even drinking? They need to explain it. He says,
I go where I'm needed.
and that line is there to explain why she took time out of her Thrawn hunt to go chill with Luke at his new Jedi temple.
I'm an old friend of the family.
After we get a hint of the animosity between Sabine and Ahsoka,
You never make things easy. Why should I? You never made things easy for me.
Hu Yang tries to push the two of them together.
I see the two of you are getting reunited.
Which is actually a fun role for the droid to play in this show. He's kind of like Alfred, always pushing for Bruce Wayne to choose a normal life over Batman.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that there's a certain weight that lifts bridges here. Alfred.
It's a really cool name for an android.
Now, she talks
Yang?
about Anakin
Yeah.
with regret,
By the end of the Clone Wars, I walked away from him.
which of course she did in the finale of Clone Wars Season 5. And I've always thought that she must have blamed herself for Anakin's fall, because it is kind of her fault. Had she stayed with the Jedi Order, then Anakin never would have become disillusioned against the Jedi Council, and maybe during the events of Revenge of the Sith, he wouldn't have been so resentful when they denied him the rank of Master.
Put me on the council and not make me a master. It's never been done in the history of the Jedi. It's insulting.
In fact, maybe she started training Sabine to redeem herself for walking away from Anakin to begin with. Meanwhile, Shin Hati is tracking down Sabine in a series of shots that are designed to mimic Darth Maul tracking down Anakin on Tatooine in The Phantom Menace. Then Sabine cracks the puzzle map, which, I mean, she lined up the triquetra and spun the lines around until they connected. It's not exactly like she's been blah blah, but whatever. She understands art, so she was able to do it. Now, we are going to talk about this map in more detail later on, but I want to point out these runes. We first saw runes like this in the Knights of the Old Republic video games, and they're always around whenever Star Wars needs to show like an ancient language that doesn't have a corresponding
Fun fact, though, that is how that works.
It's also in the same rune.
Like, if you
Now,
can
the
understand,
map
like,
reveals that their destination is not in the unknown regions of the
like
galaxy like I've always
how
suspected.
people do
Instead,
art
Thrawn and Ezra
and
are now off together in
pretty
a
much
new
understand how they
galaxy. Now, there
express
are some
themselves
clues
and how
about
they
this I'll talk about
communicate with
just a
other
bit, and
people.
also we have a really fun
With
theory
the art,
that
you're
we're
saying?
out that explains all
That's
this.
Grand Admiral Thrawn's whole thing. Is he
Subscribe,
studies the art of different cultures.
Sabine goes on
That's
to
an
That's
talk
how
actual.
he's always one step ahead of everybody.
how Luke was
That's an
originally
actual
the face
thing.
of the rough cut of A New Hope.
There's two ships out there.
And then Shin Hati shows up, and Sabine unveils Ezra's old lightsaber. This was actually his second lightsaber. The one that doubled up as a blaster was destroyed after his first fight with Darth Vader. I don't know about you, but when Sabine was stabbed with that lightsaber at the end of the episode, I was for sure thinking that she was going to die. But to find out, let's move on to episode 2. The episode opens with Ahsoka.
There's no way you
appearing in the
thought she was
light
gonna
beam of
die.
Sabine's
Yeah.
dreams.
Come on, man.
No.
The show is introducing this interesting dynamic between Sabine and Ahsoka. Now remember, Ahsoka became Anakin's Padawan during the Clone Wars because they were both headstrong and rebellious, and Yoda thought they could learn from each other.
Master Yoda was very specific. I'm assigned to Anakin Skywalker, and he is to supervise my Jedi training.
Then Ahsoka asserted her independence when she walked away from the Jedi Order. Now, years later, she found out that Anakin had become Vader, and I think she still feels guilty about this. Whereas Sabine also has a rebellious past. She comes from a high house of Mandalore, but she quit the Imperial Academy, dishonored her family, and became a warrior for the Rebel Alliance. Like I said earlier, Ahsoka probably walked away from Sabine in part because she was not powerful enough in the Force, so she was worried that she would get her Padawan killed. And now, her worst nightmare almost came true, as the episode opens with her reading Sabine's thoughts during her nightmares. Now again, there is a
Fucked
parallel
up.
here that she's thinking maybe if she had been
Reading
around
her
to read
thoughts, man.
Anakin's nightmares about Padme, then she could have prevented his fall. Ahsoka is carrying around a lot of guilt. Now it's a little weird that we're exploring all of this in this show because these two characters barely spoke during Star Wars Rebels, but I think this dynamic is going to end up forcing both
So
characters
question,
to
that
change and grow.
headdress that they
Solo,
wear,
the medical droid treating Sabine as a 2-1-2
that-
model, the same one
is
that gave
that
Luke his robot
a part of their
hand in Empire
body?
Strikes Back.
Um,
Now, this episode does begin with the relationship between
Go
Ahsoka
ahead,
and
bro.
Sabine at its lowest point. As
That-
the Master is
the stripe
disappointed in
thing
Padawan's
that's on
failure,
her
but the
head.
episode
Is that
ends
part
oh,
of
that's
with
part of her
Ahsoka
body. Yeah, yeah.
Heard.
from that
Or like the
failure
tentacle
and
looking
move
things
on.
come down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of her.
Then we do a typical Star Wars wipe to the old Night Sister Temple, where Balin and Shin bring the map to Morgan Elsbeth. So the title of this episode is Toil and Trouble from Shakespeare's Macbeth. when the three witches read
That reminds me of the,
that he'll basically cause double the problems in his life as he pursues the crown. In the context of the show, we are seeing the villains toil,
from
like
the
the
new
work to build
movies?
a giant
Yeah, when they
hyperspace
showed
ring,
Snoke.
and getting a small hint for the trouble their toil will bring. This title is also warning us about the coming of Thrawn. So the Night Sister Temple is built like a pagan shrine, and like, how do I put this? So pagans, Wiccans, witchcraft, folk magic, New Age religions, they're all very
So what
much
about
like
when they
based
showed him?
around worship of the
When they were showing that
Before
Macbeth,
Rome conquered
remember
much of
like how he was
Europe,
just sitting on a throne, kind of like.
the earth, and witchcraft is tied to these ancient religions and shrines just like this one. So a Dathmerian witch shrine looking like a pagan temple is very clever. Archaeologists have long theorized that stone shrines like Stonehenge were used as calendars or a conduit to the spirits of nature. So it is fitting that these stones are a map to the stars. Also, the witches in Macbeth tell a prophecy that is self-fulfilling, and Balin in this show seems to have the gift of foresight. I don't think that's a coincidence.
The Stonehenge, that's like somewhere over here in America.
There's Stonehenge in America?
Yeah, there's. I think it's in Georgia somewhere. Or
I think I've been there.
Yeah, so that Stonehenge lines up perfectly with the one over in the UK. And they were built at separate times, and those tribes of people have never met each other.
How do they line up together?
They're supposed to be some. It was speculated that they're supposed to be like calendars so that they can actually like keep track of like seasons and stuff. But like the gateway that where the center one is pointed points directly to the one over in England.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Before I finish, I'm gonna go pee real quick before I finish this video.
I just recently saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think Stephen, Jackie, and I have been to that place. Is it? It's not as many stones as Stonehenge, though, right?
No, yeah, correct. It's like it's I
Like
believe
one
it's
big
supposed
one.
to be smaller than actual Stonehenge, but
So the one if it's the same one I went to, it was like one it was like one in the dead center, then there might have been a couple around. I can't remember though. But they were engraved with something.
oh no, you're
That's not the same.
that's not the same
And
one.
then Morgan shows up.
No,
in
that
her cool
that
self
is
dip
the
wearing full Dathmerian robes. She explains the temple saying,
the instructions after Apocalypse. I forget
so
what
the
it's
big
called.
question of the series is, who is this mysterious
Yeah,
race
because
coming
written
out
on
of the
there is
galaxy? We've
like
actually got a video coming out tomorrow revealing who we think it is, but there
it's
are
like
lots of
all the nations of the
possibilities. In
earth, or
legend,
like if there was an
the greatest
apocalyptic
threat
event
is
to actually
race from
happen on
outside
the
the
earth.
galaxy called the Yuuzhan Vong.
Those
Now, they are immune to the
they
effects of
engraved the
force
instructions on what to do, and like the laws that should be created once that event actually happens. That's what's engraved onto there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what they're actually called though.
Let's see what he's talking about here.
all technology. So, I mean, we could be seeing them, or an alternate that is self-fulfilling. And Balin in this show seems to have the gift of foresight. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think we're going to look back at what a lot of Balin sees and say, aha, that's how this connects to that part of the show. And then Morgan shows up in her cool as hell ship wearing full-on Dathmerian robes. She explains the temple saying,
Whose work is it?
An ancient people from a distant galaxy.
so the big question of the series is, who is this mysterious race from another galaxy? We've actually got a video coming out tomorrow revealing who we think it is, but there are a lot of possibilities. In the Legends novels, the greatest threat post-Empire is a race from outside the galaxy called the Yuuzhan Vong. Now, they are immune to the effects of the Force, and they hate all technology. So, I mean, we could be seeing them or an all-new race. Like I said, the video's coming out tomorrow. All about that. You're going to love to subscribe, ring the bell so you don't miss it. One big clue is that this star map includes the Purgil. These are the hyperspace traveling whales that whisked away Thrawn and Ezra at the end of Rebels. And this chart shows them moving in a circle. Now, in Star Wars Rebels, Ezra once entered a gateway into a realm called the World Between Worlds, and this gate was marked by wolves running in a similar circle. In this case, the Purgil circle represents a gateway to this other galaxy, perhaps because it is connected by Purgil migration paths. So the Purgil travel from one galaxy to another, essentially creating a loop. So it is
that
very
from
likely
the
that in the Rebels, Thrawn and Ezra
Rebels?
simply rode this Purgil migration path to another galaxy. And now Morgan is trying to build a machine that will allow her to follow the same migration path to rejoin her master. And notice that when she activates the map, a green flame appears beneath it. This is the dark force magic of the Witches of Dathomir, which we originally saw in the Clone Wars series. Apparently, this is all part of old Jedi legend, as Balin says.
Pathway to the children of the Jedi Temple. Comes with old stories.
Now, that is interesting. You see, the first hyperspace travelers followed the migration paths of the Purgil, and it's been speculated that these earliest hyperspace navigators were force sensitive. What do you mean by that? Well, in Star Wars, hyperspace computers let you know if you're about to materialize inside of something, like Han explains here. But before those computers existed, navigators used the Force to see the future and to navigate, so they would know not to exit hyperspace because you were going to be in the middle of the sun or something. Now, this is still how people navigate in the unknown regions of the galaxy. So, if the Jedi were telling the story of a place that existed via hyperspace traveling whales, then it connects to the earliest Jedi building the Republic by connecting planets through hyperspace. Morgan says,
From across time and space.
Notice how she said across space and time. Now, earlier I mentioned Ezra passing through a wolf portal. That led to the World Between Worlds, a place where he could access all of time and space at once.
Yeah,
Ahsoka actually spent a lot of time in that realm after Ezra used it to save her life. So I think that's going to connect as well. They also reference the Eye of Sion, which is this large ring they're building. I think it's called the Eye of Sion because another word for Sion is heir, as in Thrawn being the heir to the Empire, just like the original Thrawn novels, the heir to the Empire trilogy. And after Morgan leaves, we learn what Balin wants for
Sion. They spelled it S-I-O-N.
We actually have another video coming out soon explaining what we
Sion as an heir is
breakdown about how they could be the Knights of Ren. Here's the Knights of Ren. That is the group that Kylo Ren led in The Rise of Skywalker. So
we were talking about
retraces Sabine's fight.
Earlier is in the Knights of the Old Republic game, Knights of the Republic 2, which is based thousands of years before, yeah. There's this bad guy, Sion, and look at his eye. That could be a reference to this in there, or it could just mean that it's Dave Filoni throwing a little nod to this.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed those, but see if you guys can see this
there
on here.
Wouldn't be anybody within the universe right now that would be influenced by that Scion, would they?
Maybe. So just so you guys can see here, this is Darth Sion from Knights of the Republic 2. And they're talking about, see that eye right there? They were talking about the Eye of Sion. Maybe that's what they're referencing in the Ahsoka.
Because probably the witches then.
It could be part of the witches, yeah.
Yeah, it could be the witches because if it was 1,000 years ago and the android said that he's only been around for 1,000 years, it could be the witches.
Yeah. And also whatchamacallit, with the Knights of the Republic games, in it's one of the books regarding the sequel trilogies.
Mm-hmm.
They mentioned a ship being named after, it's called something Revan.
Mm-hmm.
And the first Knights of the Republic game has so much to do with Darth Revan. So it could just be them throwing nods and saying how awesome that stuff is, or
It could be bringing it to.
Could be bringing it in.
Using Force echoes like she did in the first episode.
Like how justice and those delightful fallen order in your guts.
That's right, and later Sabine redeems her mistake when she scans information from the droid's broken head. Now notice that during this whole sequence, Ahsoka and Sabine are never panicking, but Hu Yang is. This is because if the head was actually about to explode, then Force-sensitive people would see it coming in time to disconnect the wires. But Hu Yang has no connection to the Force, so he panics. This goes all the way back to A New Hope, when Obi-Wan's spirit told Luke to disconnect his targeting computer, to rely on the Force instead of on machinery. So then they travel to Corellia, the whole planet of Han Solo, and the birthplace of the Millennium Falcon. As they fly in, you can see a Rebel blockade runner like the TNF-4 in A New Hope, and all over the planet we see Imperial Star Destroyers being dismantled for their scrap, just like we saw in Coruscant during The Mandalorian Season 3. Imperial machinery is being repurposed for peaceful means, which is a nice sentiment, but as we'll see in a minute, it's another symptom of the New Republic being overconfident in their victory, not seeing the looming threat of the First Order under their noses. And here we can see a platform made from the legs of an old AT-AT walker, and we saw a similar one in The Mandalorian Season 2 right here. This ship is called the Phantom. It's a small shuttle that breaks off from Hera's main ship, the Ghost. The droid standing beside her is an RA-7 protocol droid like we first saw in the Jawa Sandcrawler and A New Hope. But Star Wars fans in the know would have realized that this droid meant bad things were about to happen, because these are nicknamed the Death Star droids, because they were used primarily on the first Death Star. Similarly, later in the episode, we see that all the protocol droids are dark red, which in Star Wars always means they're serving the Sith or the Empire. And of course, Hera's droid Chopper is there, and when I saw this episode in the theater, even got an applause break. Chopper appeared in live action before, getting a cameo right here in Rogue One.
See in the theater? What the fuck, man?
People love Chopper, and I just don't see it. It's like he's little Sebastian, and I'm Ben.
So what am I missing? What's the deal with this boning?
Maybe you saw it in his home theater.
Maybe. Well, I think that.
Did they actually show?
Considering, let's see, this came out an hour ago. He probably got the pre-screening. There's no way he could have done this whole full 35-minute breakdown.
Because it explains one reason the First Order was
2 hours or an hour or so after the episode's aired. So he probably did get to screen it in a theater.
And later Ahsoka named their main motivation.
It's not loyalty. It's greed.
And this was also touched on in The Last Jedi, when we learned that the biggest industry in the galaxy was war.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
He lists several droids, including CCLs. These are the binary load lifters that C-3PO mentions in A New Hope.
So, first job was programming binary load lifters, very similar to your evaporators in this respect.
And the IW-37, or pincer loader droid that we first saw here very briefly in Revenge of the Sith. Then Hera spots a hyperdrive engine from an SSD or a Superstar Destroyer. These are the biggest ships in the
Superstar
Empire,
Destroyer,
like
not
Darth Vader's
solid
flagship, the
state
Executor. Hera knows that the mostly decommissioned New Republic fleet is not building anything of that size. So in this scene, old Imperial loyalties flare up. Ahsoka then duels an HK assassin droid in the form of
Is the Millennium Falcon, is that your favorite ship from Star Wars? Or is it the TIE Fighter?
Down the remaining Jedi Knights after the purge.
Millennium Falcon, probably.
Obi-Wan and in the Fallen Order games. At least I'm assuming Merrick was an Inquisitor because of how he's dressed and the spinning red lightsaber blade that he carries. Now, it's
Tough choice though, but I had to take it.
Makes me wonder if this is going to end up
Yeah,
being a
I'd say
character that we've seen before. Clone Wars, The Bad Batch. Hera chases after the transport ship as Chopper gets up to his old annoying ass antics.
Oh, whatever. I like Chopper.
Hey, wait a minute. How are they able to track a ship? Because in The Last Jedi, they said you couldn't track a ship through hyperspace. They tracked us through light speed.
That's impossible. Well, Doug, remember, in A New Hope, Vader placed a tracking beacon like this one on the Millennium Falcon, allowing the Imperials to track the Millennium Falcon to Yavin 4. In The Last Jedi, no beacon was used. That's why it was a surprise. And when Ahsoka watched
tracking beacon is different.
this frame just like Darth Maul watching in the
I don't know if I get some of these runs.
Back to Lethal, where Sabine starts to take her life
There is
seriously.
that box though, right?
Yeah.
Without her Mandalorian arm.
I like candy though. Anyway, I have a lot of candy and a lot of popcorn.
That's fair. There's a lot of candy and it's all gone.
Several different animals, but now she has painted it with a Virgil, probably a memorial to how she lost Ezra at the end of that show. And the helmet itself was originally painted in the style of Bo-Katan's Night Owls, but now she has personalized that helmet as well. And then she cuts off her hair with her vibro blade that she used in the series Rebels, and we've actually seen these blades in live action before in The Mandalorian. The RBS on the side of these
Once I like get brushed up on like my Star Wars lore, I want to like free the character.
Security officer, like Lando's co-pilot.
I started find some
And
stuff.
then we get another moment that is a
Try and
recreation
run
of the
a,
finale of Rebels, where Sabine touches this new mural, which is replicated exactly from how it was in the show. And then Ahsoka shows up in her T6 shuttle. Even though this is slightly different in the animation,
Star Wars
Ahsoka
D&D
holding up stats,
campaign.
Sabine putting on her helmet, I think this is actually where the show catches up
I
to
would
this
love
moment in
that.
Rebels finale. So the
That would
ending
be
of it
dope.
kind of misdirected.
Yeah.
I always thought
That'd be
that
really
Ahsoka
dope.
and Sabine were leaving right after
Is there
the
like already a
Jedi, and
pre
they failed
thing
to find
for it?
Ezra, so they returned to Lothal. But it turns out they left for this mission several
Fuck
years
yeah.
after Return of the Jedi ended. And I thought this was really fun because it gives
I
Dave
ended up having
Filoni a
to
chance
kind of
to
make
turn one
part
of
of
his
my own
animated
now, and
sequences
it's just a
into
lot of
live
work.
action. Whereas during the Bad Batch, he did
I
the
don't
opposite,
understand why
taking
there's
all the
more
Sith and animating them in the Clone Wars style.
like
So Morgan is building
lore
a
stuff
giant
that does
hyperspace
that.
ring. We actually saw Jedi
Right.
starfighters use these in the prequels. You see, Jedi starfighters were too small to house hyperspace engines, so they used these rings instead. And this all goes back to the idea of the circular Purgal gateway, the Jedi using the Force to navigate through hyperspace. Now, Morgan communicates with this weird hologram tech that we've not really seen before. Notice that the light shines from the ceiling, but everybody is rendered very clearly.
Yeah,
now,
it's
this
all
is a
fuzzy,
lot like
too.
the chamber where Kylo Ren spoke to Snoke in The Force Awakens. That hologram was rendered very realistically, just like the ones in the show. But notice how after the call ends, the light turns off and the dust remains in the air and kind of settles. It's almost like Morgan is like conjuring this dirt into their shapes, aided by the light of the projector. It's very cool, and I'm wondering if Snoke used the same technology to talk to Kylo Ren. This could be one of many ways that this series is going to bridge the gap between the original trilogy and the sequel.
I remember when I
And
first
just a
saw
reminder, everybody, save money with your streaming
Snoke
services. Block your ads
like
today.
that.
Go to NordVPN.com/free
I honestly
crush
thought
work.
he was
There's a
that
link in
tall.
the description. And you get
Yeah,
4 months
I
of
was,
kinda
free
did too.
year
yeah,
plan
I
plus
was
if you
like,
use
that would be
discount. Click our link
dope. Like
and
a
That'd be
use
a-
Sith Lord
today.
that
Well, let me
fucking
know what you
big.
guys thought of
Yeah,
these
he's
first 2
fucking
episodes
awesome.
of Ahsoka. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below or at me on Twitter.
Yeah,
And
he
if
was.
it's your first time here,
Yeah, no.
please
Would
subscribe.
have been
Rate that hell
in
for us. Free
like
crush.
the
I'm
literal
Ryan.
definition of like an end game boss.
Oh, here's another one from Heavy Spoilers. You ever watch that guy?
I don't think so.
British
Actually-
dude. Hilarious.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Ahsoka.
I think I have seen this guy before.
Episode 1 and 2 have just dropped online, and throughout this video we're going to be breaking down the plot.
So for
Easter
me,
eggs, hidden details,
Screen
and also
Crush is
giving our views
usually
on where we think the series will be going.
a bit
I don't
smarter
wanna
with
waste
his
any of
breakdowns.
your time, so let's jump right
I
into
like
it.
I
We'll
like
give us a
listening
relative
for like
logo and the
movies.
character
Yeah,
copy.
For
but
most
this guy is
Slowly
just
and red,
fucking
this changes
hilarious.
for
He's a
chapter
great
2, where we
breakdown
get
guy
the
too, but
panic blue and
his
Pacific
humor is
Northwest.
just
This
incredible.
could show that
Nice.
slowly hope is bleeding
Yeah,
into
for
the
like
universe,
other
and that
stuff
we're
I
gonna be
usually
steering away
listen
from
to,
the
or well,
dark
for
side
like
that
when it comes to
colours
like
that
comics
is
and
translated with. That also
Yeah.
happened at
anime,
the start
I
of the
usually
Mandalorian
listen
as well, and that
to
was to highlight how things were changing. Amongst them, we get the
Mojo.
droids that we meet throughout the entry.
Watch Mojo?
Yeah, Watch Mojo. But there's it's
episode 2,
Ash, I think his name is.
showing how
Short for Ashley.
in this or remnants of the Empire.
He's usually like the one that does like all the comics and stuff. It's either that or I'll watch CBR.
Also have a crazy bummer.
Okay.
You can probably guess off the thumbnail, but yeah, going into that, we're going to be talking about that later on. And timeline-wise, this actually happens right after the events of the Mandalorian Season 2 Ahsoka episode, in which we saw her arresting the Magistrate and learning more about Thrawn. In regards to Rebels, this is said to be the quote-unquote fifth season of it, and though it doesn't pick up immediately after it, it's connected pretty closely to the events of that. We even get a sort of shot-for-shot remake of the ending of the season come episode 2, with Sabine touching Ezra's mural before turning around to see Ahsoka. Again, it's sort of like poetry they rhyme, and it shows us how this
His hair
series is
looks
building
awesome.
off the back of that. Now, in
What's that?
case you need a quick
His
catch
hair
up on
was
the ending
awesome.
of it, it saw
Oh,
both
George?
Ezra and Thrawn being taken away
Was that
by
George
Purrgil
Lucas?
into unknown regions of the galaxy. Sort of shot-for-shot remake of the ending of the season.
I like how it, like
two with
curls
Sabine
and like
touching
wraps
Ezra's
around
mural
itself.
before
It looks
turning
like
around
it's
to see
almost
Ahsoka.
like
Again, it's sort of
That guy?
yeah.
Yeah, that's George Lucas right there.
You see how his hair is like styled? Yeah.
It's almost
It almost looks like it's straight out of a comic book.
like the Superman curl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. It's very reminiscent of Dave, stepdad Dave. He's got similar-ish hair.
Oh yeah, that's
sort of
right.
like poetry they rhyme, and it shows us
Not
how
the
the series
Superman
is
style,
building
but-
off the back of that. Now, in case you need a quick catch-up on the ending of it,
Girl.
it saw both Ezra and Thrawn being taken away by Purrgil into unknown regions of the galaxy. We ended the series with the group waiting for an attack by the Empire, but it never came.
Something in the
and
new
we then got a time
episodes,
jump to
or the
post-battle
episodes of
events.
Ahsoka, they're talking about
Them
multiple
Kellis and them
galaxies.
going
I'm
under
like,
the
what the
secret
fuck are you
hyperspace
talking
path
about?
called Lira San, and
I
this
need
was
to know about these
alongside
other
Agent
galaxies.
Kellis, which is where they saw
I
the
don't-
last
Yeah, because
arriving.
don't
So
they
actually showed
say
up in
like
season 3 of The
Star
Mandalorian,
Wars
and
takes
this might
place
explain
in
what
a
happened to him
singular
in between the
galaxy?
Yeah, a long time
Now,
ago in a
his brother
galaxy
Tara
far, far
fought
away.
the
Yeah.
Battle
In a
of Endor
galaxy, a
alongside
single
Rex, and
galaxy.
He had a son called Jason, though we don't see him in these two entries. In the
So
other
now
game,
they're
we also
expanding
get
the
Professor
universe
Kuyan
into
Yeah.
another
from the
galaxy.
Clone Wars, who's played by none other than David Tennant. Now, in addition to this, there's
Which would
then
make
Joffrey
sense.
Sabine's
Yeah,
helmet,
well,
which
who
then
knows?
takes us
Maybe,
into the first Star Wars series type cool.
They,
Beginning with the
they're
golden
gonna
text that was common in the Skywalker
try and
logo,
fix
we then get red to
7, 8,
highlight
and
the
9
dark
by
side
saying
of the
that
show.
was an alternate
It's kind of similar to the
reality in a
Mandalorian
different
season
galaxy.
before the Clone Wars, in which they
That would be
swapped over
good.
to a red
Yeah.
card,
That
and
would
this was due to
be
Darth Maul being
honestly.
reintroduced.
That's
So
the
even
only way I
then,
could see
though
them
the
being
New
able to
Republic
do
have
it.
provided peace, there's still a plot to find Thrawn, which would
With the
galvanize
first three
the Imperial
movies, did
remnants
they
and then
say
start
that
the war.
what
This is
episode
something
it
they
was,
kind
or
of
did they
touched
not
upon
do
in The
that until
Mandalorian with the Shadow
after
Council,
I think
but
the other
I think
episode
it
came out?
started
never
in
comes
Empire
to
Strikes
fruition.
Back. I
Judging
can't
off
remember
this
when.
sequel trilogy. Now, the last paragraph
I'm
talks
pretty
about Ahsoka,
sure
But
that
and it was Strike Back episode
five.
5, and they
Yeah.
called it episode 5 in Empire Strikes Back.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Series is going to
Heard.
be about her
But I
learning to
can't remember.
embrace the ways of the Jedi once more. Later on, she says she
I
doesn't
don't remember
follow
when they
Jedi
started
protocol.
that.
Let's just say
I know the very first one, when it was released in 1977, was just called Star Wars. Not Star Wars A New Hope, not Episode 4 A New Hope, just Star Wars, and that's it.
Heard. So all that came afterwards then.
I think this
Yep.
is a central idea to the series as it comes into play with Sabine 2.
I think George
There's
Lucas
gonna be
had
lots of
ideas of
more
where he wanted to go with
sensitive
it, but wasn't
characters
sure if
carving
it was
out
ever
at a
gonna
time when
take
both
off.
the
Take off,
Jedi
yeah.
are at their lowest points.
So
That
that
Ahsoka will
kid,
become one come the end of the series, and that she'll
I've always wanted them to do something with that. I'm not sure if that kid has showed up.
He
Later.
has not, but in the original script for Episode 9,
Mhm.
before, so it was originally written by Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly, who did the first Jurassic World movie,
Mhm.
and their script that they wrote, that was called Duel of the Fates, which is the name of the song Darth Maul's fight in Episode 1.
Mhm.
The script got leaked, and it was fucking awesome, but it was the script version that got leaked was the version submitted 2 weeks before Carrie Fisher died, and Princess Leia was heavily involved in the Rise of the Sky, or the Duel of Fate script. So I don't know if that's where the whole thing where they chose not to continue, or they got fired, or whatever. It's never explained. But in that, eventually Rey ends up starting a new Jedi Order. Like, you see them start it, and one of the kids that are in the new Jedi Order is Brood Boy.
Heard.
So in the original script, the Duel of Fate script literally ties in, instead of just having this one movie that is trying to fix people hating The Last Jedi and whatnot, it tied in from Episode 1 all the way to it. It had nods to every single
Episode?
Yeah, not necessarily every single episode, but every
Like saga?
every saga. Yeah, yeah. It brought all of them together. Where Rise of Skywalker didn't feel like it concluded the entire Skywalker saga, but this did.
Yeah. I kind of felt like that with the new Black Panther movie. Like, it was good, but you can definitely tell, like, and that, I feel like that only happens when there's like a tragedy.
Yeah.
Like with what's the guy's name? I can't remember what his
Chadwick
name.
Boseman?
No, not, well, him too, but like what happened to Zack Snyder's, was it his daughter?
Yeah.
That's something that happened, like, that had passed away.
Yeah.
Like, whenever that happens, it's like they take time to grieve, which definitely should. But
Yeah.
it's like other people take over, and then
it's just not
what it was intended to be at all.
Yeah.
And
'Cause
then
that's what happened when J.J. Abrams, Carrie Fisher died.
Yeah.
Colin Trevorrow had this idea, and then whatever happened with them his stuff got scrapped, and they brought in J.J. Abrams at the last minute, and he rewrote so much of it, and it was like all slammed together in no time.
Yeah.
They should have just postponed it and taken
you
more
can
time.
always tell when it's rushed too.
Yeah,
because
and
nothing lines up at all.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker is very rushed.
Training academy that's gonna get smashed like it's the like button. Either way, the title crawl also mentions Morgan Elsbeth, aka the Magistrate from season 2 of The Mandalorian. Back when that episode dropped, our editor Matt actually followed it up with a theory video on how Morgan Elsbeth was actually a Night Sister. We get that confirmed in these episodes, so I'm taking credit for that, Matt. You bloody twat. And if you say anything, you're fucking fired. In case you don't know, Night Sisters are a clan of witches that lived on Dathomir. In Jedi Fallen Order, you actually ended up teaming up with one. There's lots of subtle nods to that game throughout both of these entries, and deep down, I hope we get a live-action Cal Kestis showing up one day. I just don't know who I'd get to play him though. Maybe that lad who plays Ron in Harry Potter. Maybe, but yeah, drop your Cal Kestis perfect casting in the comments below. And this isn't
just give it to the guy that played him?
Yeah, I mean that would be the best bet for it.
Explains why the Magistrate was able to go toe-to-toe with Ahsoka. Now we actually get lots of subtle nods to the movies in this opening, with us beginning by watching a ship coming in. This is similar to how A New Hope started, and there's lots of references to that.
Maybe in his likeness already.
Right? It already looks exactly like him.
Yeah.
And both Baylan and Shin are shot in a similar way to how Vader entered. The costumes are
Did
similar.
they say why they did that?
And they get their asses
Why they made him look like himself?
Yeah, why they made him look like in his likeness? Was there like a...
No, they didn't really say why.
In the Last Jedi.
But I know a lot of times in video games now they're just using the likeness of
the voice actor.
The voice actor,
yeah. I noticed that like with older Disney movies too. Like sometimes they look like how Hades looks like James Wood a little bit from Hercules.
Yeah, and for video game wise, it can make sense to me because like the dude playing Cal Kestis, he's on a soundstage with all these little dots and all this stuff with a camera on his face. So in order to make it easier to animate
and to map out everything,
why not use the same face that you're already recording?
Yeah.
Now the captain arrives to arrest them after realizing they're just Imperial remnants, but yeah, not a great plan, mate. Guessing Captain Hale just assumed these were disguised as Jedi and couldn't actually wield the Force, but yeah, it's a bold strategy that doesn't really pay out. Now they kick the crap out of them, and while Shin savagely busts them up, Baylan calmly walks through the corridors, killing the rebel forces. It's very reminiscent of the Vader hallway scene from Rogue One, with this also being mirrored in Luke's arrival in the Mandalorian Season 2 finale. Now, sadly, Ray Stevenson, who played Baylan, passed away earlier this year, and the guy absolutely crushes it in this role, which makes it suck knowing that he died before receiving all the love that he would have got for this. The episode actually ends with a direct tribute to him, and
I don't remember.
It's really sad knowing this is going to be such a big role for him that you never got to see. Now, Baylan ends up rescuing Morgan from his cell, which feels very reminiscent of Leia's rescue in A New Hope. Morgan tells him that Ahsoka's now looking for a MacGuffin to find Thrawn, and it's from here that we then cut to the title sequence. Now, one thing I love about the score throughout the Ahsoka bits are that it's clearly based on ancient Japanese music. Lots of Star Wars was based on things like Hidden Fortress and Kurosawa's films, which thematically pulls across to this samurai thing they have going on.
I agree with the screen crush that they definitely should have, like, once he asked like who were we going after,
Yeah, just cut to
it should have cut,
that's
definitely cut
true.
to the screen title. That would have been amazing.
So when I was working on the edit with Jackie for the new movie,
You notice that dotted throughout the area we have figures that are
there's that showdown between Andrew and Jessica, the girl, and I'm interrogating with Andrew. She's like, "Fine, I'll draw it for you," and she draws it, and she goes to hand it to us, and instead of revealing who, like showing it, and us continuing like, "Oh, it's you," she hands it over, but before we grab it, it cuts to well, to reveal, oh, okay, that's obviously who she's drawing.
I probably wouldn't have spotted that without the
Nice.
If you want to see the work he's done on both
Yeah,
Guardians of the
I
Galaxy Volume
agree
3
100%.
and
It should have just cut to the
Spider-Verse,
title.
then they're
There.
going to be linked below, so definitely check them out. He's also doing his own big Ahsoka theory video. That's
Did you
coming on
see the
channel
new
very soon,
Spider-Man?
so keep
I
an eye out
haven't
for
yet.
that and make sure
Have you?
I haven't either.
Either way,
I was
we
gonna
know
ask
this is
you
the
what you thought of
temple,
it.
and at one
I
point
think
they are referred to
is
as
it
witches.
streaming now?
Episode 2
I've
is
heard good
magical
things about
time
it. I
travel,
haven't heard
and
anything
the
bad
film is
about
about
it, but I
haven't
feel like
either.
people were very much in love with that
inside of the
animation,
temple's adorned
the
with
style of the
walking,
animation.
the filmmaker
I
of
mean,
Hidden
Bowman
Credits
said it was
provide
absolutely
the
incredible,
art
and I
a
can
kind
trust
of
his
ones from
comic
the
book
Yeah.
Spider-Man
also
sense.
seem like a golden version of the world
Bowman's got
of
some good
worlds.
Spidey
In
sense.
Rebels
Yeah.
Season 4 Episode 13, Ezra travels
must be
through
really
the
good
void
then.
abyss, and it carried some of the
Hope so.
markings that all kind of tie this together.
Because you know when
Inside this
people
world
were
between
kind of
worlds that
like
Ezra rescued Ahsoka,
the movie
and
could be
her returning
mediocre,
years
but
went
like
to
the
follow through days that
cinematically it
Vader
looks
tracked
beautiful
down
and
both
stunning.
future
Like
worlds.
I've
Finally
been
getting one of the
guilty of
golden
that too,
balls,
where
this
it's like
again looks like the ones from Fallen Order, and
it's
doesn't
not
help
such a
unlock
good
the
movie,
unknown
but like
knowledge.
cinematically it looks
She's
beautiful
powered
and
by HK droids, which
like I
are
can
what
see
Yeah.
where they were trying to go with it. So like,
used as
For the
engines
first
by
one?
General
huh?
Grievous
The first one
and
you're talking about?
No,
Or
no,
just in general?
just in general.
Electro stabs that they did
I get
too.
that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Being beat, they decide to self-destruct, and this later
And that's why I
causes a bit of a panic
said
when
many
they try and
times,
act
like,
one in episode 2.
no job on a film is
The whole
more important than
thing
the other.
reminded me a lot of the opening
It
of
was
Raiders
like
of the
you
Lost
could have
Ark,
the
where
most
it's getting
beautiful
into
looking
more
movie,
a big, oh shit, just
but the
run out
acting
as fast
is
as you can see.
atrocious, and you're gonna be
Also,
pulled out
kinda
from that.
rips on the
You
Yeah.
can have the most beautiful looking movie, and the audio sounds like shit. You're gonna be pulled away from that. You can have the best direction and acting and cinematography, but the sound sucks. If there's one thing that's missing, it can fuck up the whole movie. The writing could be the best writing ever, but the cinematography is dog shit and it's not pleasing to look at.
Yeah.
You know, everything has to go so well. That's why it's really hard to make a good movie.
We also get a radio message. With the
Yeah.
codename Fulcrum being something that Ahsoka used throughout Star Wars
right.
Rebels. Learning of the prison transport attack, we see X-Wing and a New Republic cruiser investigating it, and can see that it's completely fucked up the ship. Landing on board the cruiser, she's then reunited with General HEIR, who's played by none other than Mary Elizabeth Winstead. And she kinda has a connection to Star Wars
There you go.
already, as her
He
husband
called
is
it out.
actually
What the hell,
McGregor,
Ryan Air? You
aka
fucked up.
Kenobi.
Hello there. Hello there.
On the back of her jacket, we can spot the Spectre symbol as well, and this was something that was part of the Ghost crew. There's also the starbird on her arm, and we know from the episodes centered around her that this was part of her family crest. Luke's actually based the Imperial and Rebel logos off Japanese family crests, and this was kind of carried over by Hera's as well. Now, watching
Yeah,
back on
like
Guardian
most of
Bale and
the
Jin, it kind of reminded me
Star,
of the whole
well,
Grand
not
Valley
most, but some of the Star Wars stuff is actually based off of
Which, to
a
be
lot
fair,
of the old
your
Japanese
kids deserved it, mate. You had a lightsaber.
Yeah, it's,
clan presses.
Yeah, he
tells us the globe tells the position of the last Grand Admiral, aka
he based a lot. Star Wars is basically an homage to old like Akira Kurosawa movies, the Japanese samurai movies, and old school westerns.
Nice.
Like that's the style that George Lucas was going for, but in space.
I can definitely see. I can definitely tell and see it now. Like I never thought of it outside of hearing it or not hearing it, but
honestly, one of the criticisms I have of this show and Lucasfilm stuff in
I can
general is that
definitely
they
see
tend
it.
to leave the characters on a positive high note, and then when they bring them back, they're in the opposite place of what they were. This just seems to me like they just do to cause some dramatic tension, and all this stuff, it always happens off screen. This was the case with both Luke and Indiana Jones as well, and it's kind of weird giving us a shot-for-shot remake of the ending of Rebels when they could have just hit the ground running from that point instead of taking 2 hours to get back to it. It's a nitpick. I understand I'm going off tangent there, but it was obvious that we were going to end up back where we started, so it made it feel a bit meandering. Anyway, nitpick aside, they go to Sabine, and this is because of how smart she is as an archaeologist. She was the one who translated the Lothal runes, and in the end, she helped to free the planet. But the monument still stands strong, and we join a celebration for the victory of the Battle of Lothal, which is headed up by Ryder Azadi. Played by Clancy Brown, he's now doing the character he voiced in live action. However, this isn't the only live action Star Wars role that the actor's been a part of. He actually showed up in season 1 of The Mandalorian.
Yeah,
as
Peter,
Berg,
damn
and
Kaba.
ironically, that was to do with the prison escape episode. We see his cam droids film the entire thing, and these also come from the expanded lore. Now behind him is the mural for Ezra, which depicts the crew of the Ghost, along with those 2 giant Lothal wolves. White and black, MT was saying these could potentially depict the light and dark side of the Force, which is something that could be connected to Ezra. Either way, it's a perfect recreation of the one from the series, with it even carrying across
They
the
said
animated
it.
style that was used for that. Sabine was supposed to be giving a speech there, but we find her doing a best Akira impression on top of it. Anyway, nitpick aside, they go to Sabine, and this is because of how smart she is as an archaeologist. She was the one who translated the Lothal runes, and in the end, she helped to free the planet. Now, the monument still stands strong, and we join a celebration for the victory of the Battle of Lothal, which is headed up by Ryder Asadi. Well, is that they tend to leave the characters on a positive high note, and then
They said
when they
it.
bring them back, they're in the opposite place of what they were. This just seems to me like they just do it to cause some dramatic tension, and all this stuff, it always happens off screen. This was the case with both Luke and Indiana Jones as well, and it's kind of weird giving us a shot-for-shot remake of the ending of Rebels.
They
and when
said
could've
it.
just hit
What's
the
that?
ground running
They
from that point
referenced how
without
the
taking 2
two
hours to get back
wolves.
to it.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
In the show they did?
Going off
Or
the
just he did?
Just now. I rewind it so you can hear it.
Oh, you did already?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, nitpick aside, they
Oh,
go
okay,
to
I
Sabine,
remember him
and
saying
this is
nitpick.
because of how smart she is as an archaeologist. She was the one who translated the Lothal runes, and in the end, she helped to free the planet. Now, the monument still stands strong, and we join a celebration for the victory of the Battle of Lothal, which is headed up by Ryder Asadi. Played by Clancy Brown, he's now doing the character he voiced in live action. However, this isn't the only live action Star Wars role that the actor's been a part of. He actually showed up in season 1 of The Mandalorian as Berg, and ironically that was to do with the prison escape episode. We see his cam droids film the entire thing, and these also come from the expanded lore. Now behind him is the mural for Ezra, which depicts the crew of the Ghost, along with those 2 giant Lothal wolves. White and black, MT was saying these could potentially depict the light and dark side of the Force, which is something that could be connected
Yeah, that's
to
what I was
Ezra.
trying to.
Either way, it's a perfect
reference.
recreation of the one from the series, with it even carrying across the animated style that was used for that. Sabine was supposed to be giving a speech there, but we find her doing a best Akira impression on top of a speeder bike,
Nice.
listening to punky Japanese style music. This was something that appeared in Rebels, and her passion for customizing her stuff can also be seen here too. On her helmet, we can catch a drawing of a love cat, and she's also wearing one of HEIR's jackets. We watch as she runs rings around the security forces that have been ordered to take her in, and it's clear that, yet, no one's a real match for her. Now she's living in the Lothal communication tower, which fans of Rebels will instantly recognize. This location was a hangout of Ezra before he joined Ghost, and we can also catch some little things to look at home. There's a Loth cat, murals to them, and stormtrooper helmets with crosses on them showing how many Sabine took down. Dotted around the room are both Storm and Scout Trooper helmets, and we also have her Mandalorian armor hidden away, symbolizing how she's turned her back on it. Sabine was originally the one who handed the Darksaber over to Bo-Katan, but she's no longer with them and is kind of like a lone gun. She was trained as a Jedi, but both Kanan and Ezra sensed that she wasn't actually Force sensitive. Now in her belongings, we can also catch another of Hera's patches, and Sabine actually took this in Rebels and used it as part of her armor. Still pining for Ezra, we can also see that she carries a holographic message for him, similar to the one that he left everyone at the end of Rebels. As she sits down and watches it, we can also catch a wolf drawn onto the wall, and she's kind of just existing instead of living. From here we cut to the Night Sister Temple, and it's at this point that we're also introduced to Marok. Marok actually has some ties to the expanded lore, and the bounty hunter Embo actually had a pet wolf that carried the name. The name itself actually comes from Sir Marok of the Round Table, who was a knight of Arthurian legend. In the tales, Marok was turned into a wolf by a witch, which is where he continued to serve the realm in his beast form. Now it's you time, come in fast, you time.
I love when he does that.
So obviously, we don't know who Marok is, but they're a keen Force-sensitive character who's got leanings of the dark side. I actually think it would be pretty wild if this turned out to be Ezra, and that's why the character's wearing a mask.
Ooh,
This witch,
that
and
would
she may
be.
have turned Ezra
That's the
into a
twist that you guys were talking about earlier.
That'd be pretty fucking awesome if that was Ezra.
Ezra was also close to the Lost Wolves, potentially hinting at why he now carries this name. Could be a big
Which will
reveal down
also
the
make
line,
sense
but
why
if
he
it's
didn't
not me,
like
just do time.
take the first attack.
Yeah.
'Cause he usually they just start attacking.
Yeah.
But it's just an opinion. One moment in time. Now we've also just launched an Ahsoka and Grogu inspired t-shirt over at our merch store below, which is it's just below the video. All of our few-time Pulp Fiction and Marvel inspired merch is down there, and it's the best way to
Scroll
help support the
section.
channel. Anyway, we cut back to Sabine. I can catch her having a sort of stream about Ezra. Awoken by an alarm, she then steps out of the tower, and we get a shot that echoes the ending of Rebels. That had Sabine leaning on the railing of the tower, and she watched the T6 fly overhead with X-Wings escorting it. That happens here too, and it's meant to bring things full circle from the last time we saw Sabine and Ahsoka. Sabine goes back on the ship, and Ahsoka goes off to take a dump, I think, and we see Sabine
Goes off to take a dump.
from her training. This contains sketches of loft cats like her bed in the tower, as well as TIE fighters and the droid chopper. We get some of the tension between the pair playing out, with Sabine calling Ahsoka Jedi, and them both blaming each other for their failed relationship. The professor also talks about Balin being a Jedi that disappeared after the Clone Wars, and he hints that Ahsoka's gonna need help to tackle him, and also his apprentice shit. Guessing that he was trained there as a youngling and apprentice, and he does touch upon this later on in the video too.
Children of the Jedi Temple comes from old stories.
If he was one of those kids, this is where he'd have heard it, and it's a nice line that kind of paints out his backstory. You also get a little hint that she hasn't found Luke yet, as you can kind of take her thinking she's the only Jedi out there other than these two. Running off with the ball, we also watch as
She may
Sabine
not
is
be
stalked
wanting
by
to
Shin's
tell
probe
anybody, but
droid,
he's out there
which
too,
is
but-
very reminiscent of Darth Maul's probes on Tatooine.
Yeah, the exit door.
Back with Ahsoka and Hera, we get some lip service paid to Ahsoka walking away from her master Anakin and also the Jedi. Seeing herself as walking away from Sabine, she just basically thinks she's a failure and very much seems like she wants to right these wrongs. But it isn't smooth sailing, and we watch as Sabine's ambushed by Shin after solving the puzzle. This all happens because Sabine goes against Ahsoka's orders, which might make her think that she needs to listen to her more. I'm guessing the pair fell out because both refused to listen to the other, and you can kind of see that they start to mend their bridges. This puts Sabine in a really bad position though, and she has to bust out her lightsaber once more. Now we learn that this is actually Ezra's second lightsaber, which we saw him using throughout most of Rebels. Though she puts up a fight, Sabine's bested pretty easily, stabbed and left for dead, which is where we close out the episode. Now, she's one of the only people who's ever survived a lightsaber wound like this, and it kind of puts a vendetta against her and shit. Can kind of imagine
I mean, Darth Maul got
Ghost just seeing another person survive this, and starting off and being like, "You damn son of a bitch." So either way, I really enjoyed
True.
that fight. No,
But also,
had some
Darth
tips
Maul
and
got
tricks
cut in half by a
racing.
lightsaber and
On
survived.
the whole, it worked pretty well. There was a lot of atmosphere to it, and all the stuff with Shin and Balin really took this above just being more mundane Star Wars. Now, Ahsoka arrives to stop her from dealing a killing blow, and that then takes us into episode 2. Beginning with a silver Lucasfilm logo as opposed to the red one from the first episode, we also see as the Star Wars logo has switched to gold too.
I wonder if it's red because representing a blood being spilled in the first episode.
Ahsoka seems to be able to hear her
That's my
thoughts,
thought.
and I think she's clearly starting to tap into things that she hasn't been able to before. Later on, the professor gives her a bit of a demotivational talk, and he puts the idea in her head that she needs to embrace her training. He basically says she should do it even if Ahsoka isn't there, and if Ahsoka goes off to be with Luke, I think Sabine's still going to continue it. Now, I love how Ahsoka can sense she's about to have a nightmare, and just before this happens, she then wakes her up. This is because Veer can cloud one's mind in a dream, and Anakin was of course put on the path to the dark side due to his nightmares of Padme. Now, I don't know if Sabine growing force sensitive is gonna annoy people, because typically you're either force sensitive or you're not. Oh, and this is my headcanon, yeah? I always thought people like Han Solo, as they became more aware of it, they didn't necessarily tap into it, but they became stronger due to this, and this is why he was such a good pilot and fighter. What do you mean you've turned the video off? Now, what I'm saying is that basically, if you think hard enough, mate, you yourself, you can become a Jedi Knight, and the thumbs up.
Guy
right
look
there.
like a mix
That's
Ice
kind of what I
Cube.
see happening with Sabine. Which is Balin and Shin meet Elsbeth at a religious shrine like the one from Type on a Mando. Known as a reflex point, this gives them knowledge of how to find Thrawn, which is
How
where
many
we close
seasons of
things
The
out at the
Mandalorian
end
are
of the
there?
entry. Now, I love the way that
3
ship
now.
is shot
3?
from behind once more,
We
and
need
this
to catch up
echoes
on
its
that.
arrival at the start of the first episode. Later on, Morgan puts upon it
They're
the
talking
architecture
about
circle, and
not
it sort of acts
continuing
like
in
its own
seasons,
star
just
map.
doing
Now, she
movies
likes itself
instead.
using Green Flame, which is something that the Night Sisters
They'll make
were
more money
also
off of
able
the
to
movie
capture.
in
This
theaters
lights
than
up
they
a
would on
pathway to
TV
Meridia,
show.
which the Night Sister says goes by another name. Now, this
Yeah,
potentially
because they
indicates
have to
that it
hope that
holds into
people
the
actually
temple lair,
tune
and we
in
see as
Yeah.
Morgan can
to
tap
stream it.
directly into messages from Thrawn.
I
Got
think
lots
that
of
would be
vibes of Raiders
stupid
of the Lost Ark as well,
because
and
you get
how the
so much
Skywalker
more out of
had
this
to be put in a
season,
certain
even if
place
they're only
where there's
30-minute
no light to guide the way.
episodes.
That's sort of what
Get
happens
8
here,
episodes
and the
times
hologram
30.
globe
That's
also
way more
reminded me
than a
of
2-hour
Prometheus,
movie, you know.
which is of course now also owned by Disney. Now you can catch Purgil on the map as well, indicating we might see them more as we get further into the series. Grogu actually spotted one in a hyperspace lane in Mando Season 3, so I can imagine we'll get them further expanded upon. They also mentioned the Eye of Sion, which we see at the end of the entry, and this could potentially be named after Darth Sion.
Hey!
Now, Lord of
Look at
Pain,
that!
This is an ancient Dark Lord
We were
who
just talking
comes
about
from the
that.
time of the Sith Lord War. Balin says that Thrawn will bring them more power, more than they've ever imagined, but I think it goes beyond what we consider it to be. If there's a temple at the other side, this could open up and tap knowledge and help them to learn things that they never would have without it. Now, Ahsoka does some investigating at Sabine's, and turning on Force Detective mode, she picks up Force Echoes. This was something that
Hoorah.
appeared in the Jedi games, with Cal encountering them as sort of collectibles that build in the history of an area. She also sees Ezra's hologram before being attacked by a droid, and this is the mind that they hack into. Sort of like a hacking game, and they break into its brain, but kind of like how they did with C-3PO in Rise of Skywalker. Now we discover the droid came from a New Republic shipyard on Corellia, which was actually the home of Han Solo. It's very grey and dour, and it's sort of got this machine-like quality to the entire thing. In Mando Season 3, we discover the New Republic were dismantling Imperial stuff, and it's sort of a carryover from that, with them apparently doing the same thing. Junkyards like this have appeared in the saga before, with us also seeing one on Braca at the start of Fallen Order. This too appeared in the Bad Batch, and the sparkling nice glow over here shows the difference between the two sides. The New Republic's dismantling is clean and professional looking, whereas the Imperials had it like a desolate graveyard. Here we meet Min Weaver, who's in a sort of similar role to Tim Meadows' Colonel Tuttle. However, he's a private businessman who shows there's Imperials at every level, which was something that The Mandalorian also touched upon too. We learn he's part of them as well, and the first clue that he's in cahoots comes when he refuses a direct order from HEIR, even though she's a general. The New Republic Defense Fleet is mentioned as well, and this is basically the New Republic's version of a navy. Here we also learn that Ahsoka abandons Sabine, and she somewhat mends her ways later on by going to help Luke's training of Grogu. I also feel like Sabine's self-doubt held her back, but embracing her training once more might push it forward. Now we learn that, though most of the ships have been destroyed, that they actually have a hyperdrive from a Superstar Destroyer. Ahsoka also brings up the HK droids again, aka Hunter Killers, which, what we learn, have been used by Morgan. Protocol droid snitches and says that she spotted one, which is when the Imperials play their hand whilst the engine gets taken out of there. On the ground, Ahsoka goes toe-to-toe with Marek, while we see Hera take to the sky.
It is so
riding
fucking
in
awesome
front
that
of
Merrick was
Now, this
Ezra.
was a hidden ship on the back of the Ghost, and they'd often pilot it when doing special side missions. Alongside it is Chopper, who makes a big entrance,
Merrick?
and he has
Yeah.
a tracking
That's
device,
Ezra.
hyperdrive, so that they can follow.
Oh, is that the name of the
I love the
actor?
way that Marek escapes,
No, no.
and he calls his lightsaber
Ezra
back
is,
to him, and we watch as Ahsoka just calmly
That guy?
dodges out the way.
I'm saying to be awesome if Merrick was Ezra. Ezra is the one that they're looking for.
But is
Right.
that the guy that's being named that's in the suit with the Inquisitor?
I'm
paper?
hoping that secretly that Ezra is Merrick inside of the suit.
If she showed up in Mando
Gotcha.
at some point, potentially
And that's
should
the
be
one with
reunited
the
with both for the next part.
two-bladed
Then
red
goes
saber,
on
right?
the remake of the ending of Rebels, with Sabine going out of the mural and touching Ezra's face. Upon turning around, she sees Ahsoka has arrived, and this brings things full circle from that. Again, kind of feel like we spent 2 hours just to get back to that point, but yeah, let me know all your thoughts below. Now, tracing the tracking device,
They didn't
then
have her
head
put the
out
helmet
with
on,
Ahsoka
though.
calling Sabine her Padawan. From
And
here, we jump
also,
to the
Ahsoka wasn't
outside,
holding
see
the staff
hyperdrive being dropped
from
off,
the
and this is
in the
jump
animated
point
show. She's
that's
holding the staff.
shot
She
up in
wasn't
the saga quite a
in the
lot.
show.
Feels like it's sort of the next step up from the one that the Jedi Knights had during the Clone Wars, and their starfighters would of course dock in these and then head
So I don't
out.
think they were
Bailey
recreating the
really
exact
shows us
theme. They were
conflict as she
just
states there's so few Jedi
like
left, and it
just
would be a shame to lose
taking
more
yeah,
with
just
passion
kind
for
of
Ahsoka.
bits and pieces.
Now we end with
Yeah.
the station almost being completed, and I'm guessing the next episode that'll be finished off before they head out looking for Thrawn. Now before we get into the review, I want to talk about the images of Thrawn from the trailer, so if you don't want to have anything potentially spoiled, then skip ahead now. So
Finally,
yeah,
I get some
well,
Thrawn.
in the teaser we see him standing not only on the Eye of Sion, but also in a room that shows the world within world markings. Guessing that he'll be at a temple too, and that's how they'll connect, and the hyperdrive thing will lead directly to. Also, when adding this bit into the video, I realized that if Marok is Ezra, then it explains why he has to use an Inquisitor's lightsaber as Sabine has his. Either way, it closes out these very first 2 episodes with it finally feeling like things are now going to get going. And that's kind of where I'm at with the series, going off these
Yeah,
first
it
2
also made
episodes
sense because
there were parts that I really liked, but on
Mark
the
seems
whole,
like an
it just
amateur.
kind of felt like they were setting things up rather
Well,
than
yeah.
fully delivering on what I wanted to see. Emotionally, I feel like all the characters
Ezra never finished his training or anything. In his master
they were the more light-hearted and charismatic
was
ones
only a
like Rebel
Padawan,
Rebels,
and his master died during the purge of the Jedi in the Clone Wars.
I'm not the show just yet, but I can totally see why they released 2
Yeah,
episodes at once.
so Ezra's master was
Pacing-wise,
a little
it
kid
was kind of all
when
over
his
the place,
training
with there
ended as a
being lots
Jedi.
of slow
And
moments
that's who
and
Ezra was
just
trained by.
dropping in the odd action scene to try and keep people's
And then
interest.
Ezra's
It's
training
still
was
early
never
days,
completed
but yeah,
either.
I thought this was a bit hit and miss, though I know I'm in the minority judging off the reviews. Always kind of feel bad saying I wasn't enamored with something, as I know you guys probably want someone really enthusiastic about a show bringing you breakdowns on it. It was fine, but yeah, I'm hoping for a bit more, and maybe next week, now the setup's out of the way, we can really get into it. Now, as you probably know, the release time has changed, and we're going to be getting episodes at 2 a.m. UK time. I'm going to wake up just normal time next week and see how we get on in terms of releasing a video slightly later and how much it affects the views, but I'd kind of feel bad telling all the team to get up in the middle of the night for videos when, you know, they've got families and stuff. So yeah, probably be dropping our breakdowns at early morning on the Wednesday, but keep an eye out for it if you enjoyed this one. Please drop a like on the video if you did, and if you want to support the channel as a member of the Spoiler Society, then please click the join button. It helps all these videos get made, keeps a roof over our head, lets us be
So I didn't get to watch the episodes again, but we just got some breakdown stuff,
as a thank you. You'll get early access to
which
videos
I kind of like that. I watched some of these before I watched the episodes again, so I can kind of get some like, oh shit, could that be could Merrick be Ezra? Like, and a little bit more like the wolves that you're talking about, like
There's gonna be something in there.
trying to see some of those
We're really
things.
proud of the video. It's one of the best on the channel, and hopefully you see over there.
I kind of hope that they don't.
Make a Merrick or the wolves thing.
I hope that Merrick isn't Ezra, because that means that they're copying The Last Jedi. Or not The Last Jedi.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoiler
Is
Show.
it The Rise of Skywalker?
In this video, we're
Which-
breaking
for
down
what part?
2000
Where they have like the two that knew each other, but like they were both on opposite sides of the Force, and they're like the same age, but instead of being Kylo Ren and like Rey, it's Ezra and Ren.
Yeah, I could see
It
that.
would be a literal copy of the same story that's been told, just in
Yeah.
different scenario.
Yeah, it could also, this could be pretty obvious that that's
Yeah.
the thing too. Yeah. Yeah.
Which I hope
That's
that
fair.
they would be more creative than that.
There's also the thing is that at the end of Rebels, Thrawn and Ezra are in the same ship at the Purrgil shoot up into hyperspace. So if they're looking for Thrawn, no one knows where Thrawn really is. how would Ezra be with the people that are looking for Thrawn? So
That's true.
it would make more sense for Ezra to be a prisoner of Thrawn wherever he is.
Was it just him and Thrawn on that ship alone?
No, I think there was other people, but nobody of importance to the show.
Gotcha.
But in the original Thrawn books, I was saying earlier, there's these creatures that Thrawn comes in contact with and makes, like, constantly has them around, are called the Islamari. I don't know how to properly pronounce it, but Islamari. And there's these little, like, lizardy kind of creatures that he wraps around his neck who completely block the Force. So I hope that they put him in the show, and that's how he's able to keep Ezra contained, is by using the Islamari or whatever.
So do those lizards have to be near the people that they're blocking the Force?
Yeah, so
Or
they project a specific, like, energy field almost.
Gotcha.
So if I was wearing one of those, and there was a Jedi standing over there, they might be able to use their Force,
but only within, like,
before
it reaches, like, within 6 feet of you, they couldn't use the Force.
Yeah, so, like, in the novel, there's this dude, Jorah Sabaoth. That's a whole wild story. He's a Jedi, or former Jedi, who is on the planet Wayland, and he's basically, like, kind of the security for this facility on Mount Tantus, if I remember correctly. It's a lot. And he uses Force Lightning to Grand Admiral Thrawn, and he's able to use the Force Lightning, but when he gets close enough to Thrawn, he's wearing the Islamari or whatever, and it just stops. The lightning cannot reach him because the Force, it's Force Lightning. So it cannot break that barrier that the Islamari or whatever they're called
Gotcha.
has. And then the more Islamari or whatever that are in the same vicinity, the wider and the bigger the perimeter is. Yeah. It'd be cool if they bring that in, because that would be one way to completely stop Ezra from being able to use the Force and escape, kind of thing. All right.
So what is the order?
For what?
Is it episode 1, 2, 3, and then is it Rogue One?
In movie wise, it would be episode 1, 2, 3, the Han Solo, a Star Wars story movie.
Mm-hmm.
Then Rogue One, then 4, 5, 6. Then from that, if you want to include TV shows, then
because Andor happens before Rogue One. Right?
Yeah. So if you want to include the TV shows, it would be 1, 2, 3, Han Solo movie, Andor, then Rogue One, 4, 5, 6. What? Oh no. Okay, I forgot about Obi-Wan in there. It would actually probably be.
Obi-Wan has his own
TV? Yeah, he has his own show, yeah.
Sure.
And that, I believe, is around the same time as the Solo movie. It's at least before Andor, that's for sure. But if you want to go TV shows, we have to go all the way back. Okay, so episode 1, 2, and then the Clone Wars. And then Clone Wars kind of is it's after episode 2 and it leads into episode 3, and the end of Clone Wars is the end of episode 3 as well. They kind of happen at the same time. And then you would probably be Obi-Wan, and then Han Solo, then Andor, then Rogue One. Well, I guess Andor and Rebels is probably around the same-ish time. because Rebels is the creation of the Rebel, and that's around the same time as Andor ish. And then 4, 5, 6, then The Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, and Ahsoka now. And then 7, 8, 9. There's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Bobby. I'm like, I don't even know where to start. And then there's stuff that's canon and that's stuff that's not canon. I'm like, I don't,
Yeah,
it's
like books wise, I don't know what's canon and what's not anymore. Basically, anything that was written book wise after 2015 is for sure canon, because that's after Disney bought them. But everything that I just mentioned, that is all canon. And then the Clone Wars is a lot. That's a lot to watch. And Rebels is 4 seasons. But one of my favorite Star Wars stories ever is in Clone Wars, and it's a big thing to do with Ahsoka.
Clone Wars is after the second episode, right?
Yes. And leads into episode 3. There's an awesome 2-episode arc in Clone Wars where Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka travel to a place and they can't communicate with Captain Rex or whatever. And they're saying that they're in the same spot, but they're not. And they were drawn into shit. Fuck. What is it called? Mortis. Is it Mortis? I want to say it's Mortis. I could be wrong on that. But this planet that is hidden away, and there are only 3 people that live on this planet. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure it's Mortis. I'm drawing blanks. I'm tired, but there's the father, the daughter, and the son. The father represents pure balance of the Force. The son is pure evil, and the daughter is pure light. And the father is trying to convince Anakin, because he's the chosen one, who he holds the ability to have perfect balance in the Force between light and dark. The father is trying to convince Anakin to take his place because he's dying, and once he dies, he can no longer control the darkness and the light of his children. And without him being there to balance them out, then there's no balance in the light and dark. And I forget how it all plays out, but eventually the son kills Ahsoka. Like, she's dead. And the daughter transfers her life force into Ahsoka. So Ahsoka is then embodied by the pure light of the daughter. And the daughter had this little owl called Morai that now follows Ahsoka everywhere because she is the embodiment of the daughter in the light. So that owl is now a part of Ahsoka.
Nice.
Yeah. That whole arc is fucking awesome.
You did say Boba Fett was after episode 6, right?
Yeah. So there's Mandalorian, season 1, season 2, and then Book of Boba Fett is after that, before season 3 of Mandalorian. You're writing all of it down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 120. Oh shit. Trying to decide if I should get some Taco Bell or not.
Is it PHET?
FETT.
FETT?
Yep.
Gotcha. I thought it was spelled weird.
Yeah, there's the Book of Boba Fett's alright.
And then it's 7, 8, and 9.
Then Mandalorian season 3.
So Mandalorian season 1 through 2,
Mm-hmm. Then Book of Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett, and then Mandalorian season 3.
2 or 3. Yeah, season 3. And I'm not exactly sure when Ahsoka falls into that timeline. But there's a really awesome episode with Ahsoka in Book of Boba Fett. Because she's reintroduced in live action in season 2 of The Mandalorian, where she encounters Morgan Elspeth, the prisoner, Night Sister girl, or lady. And she literally says, "Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?" And I fucking lost my mind when she said that. And then in Book of
at the
Boba
end
Fett,
of season 2.
in the middle of season 2 of Mandalorian. And then in Book of Boba Fett, there's 7 episodes of Book of Boba Fett. 2 of them don't even have Boba Fett in it. They're literally Mandalorian episodes, and one of those episodes Ahsoka's in as well. So
And she's not in this at all? Or it doesn't allude that she's looking for Ezra? If that's the case, this might take place after the Book of Boba Fett, and then right before.
I think it
Mandalorian 3.
might take place after the Book of Boba Fett. Possibly around the same exact time as Mandalorian season 3. AHSOKA.
That's right?
Yeah.
Are they doing more than one season?
Not that they have announced. Ooh, top 20 Ahsoka moments. It's your Watch Mojo, boys.
Nice.
Hold on to that. See what this dude.
First impressions right off the bat. See Balin and his apprentice get out of the ship.
See, Star Wars theory dudes.
Star Wars vibe.
He knows a fuck ton about Star Wars. Sometimes I feel like he's pretentious about the fact that he knows a fuck ton about Star Wars.
Like I was watching the prequel, something very akin. Moving forwards,
It's weird when people try to hide it, because it's like, you can't hide it, dude. It's like right there. You can definitely sense it.
Yeah.
Does he try to actually hide it though?
Yeah. He tries to make sound all humble and shit, and I don't believe it.
Here.
Following 2 different stories, Sabine's journey and Ahsoka's journey. And I wish it was more.
Hold on that for later. I'm gonna go to this. Then, how long is this? 22 minutes, and then I'm gonna be done after this. This is all Ahsoka's best moments. See what Watch Mojo thinks.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 Ahsoka moments.
Then after episode, well, not episode, but after season 3, you said it's 7 through 9.
Yeah.
Don't be shy, Sky Guys.
As of right now,
Share
yeah.
your favorite clips of snips in the comments. Hey, Mojoholics. For a chance to win cash prizes, play our live daily trivia challenges every day at 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern only at watchmojo.com/play. Number 20. Defeating an Inquisitor. Star Wars
Here
Tales
you go.
of the Jedi.
You saw this, right? Tales of the Jedi, where she defeats the Inquisitor.
Yeah. Because this is where she's on that farm, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this.
So
this is, I think this is also on the one where she tames that like saber-tooth looking cat thing.
Yeah, that's the when she's a baby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, same series, different episode.
Yeah, no,
So,
like when I saw that, I was like,
from what I understand is, so this Inquisitor that she kills, she takes the kyber crystals out of that Inquisitor, because there's 2 kyber crystals that have the double bladed, and those crystals have been bled for the dark side, and she unbleeds them, and that's why she has white kyber crystals, because she
I was
remove the dark
That's what I was gonna-
bleed of the crystals out of it and create it. Then she just have white ones.
That's what I was gonna ask you earlier.
Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Does the colors mean something, right? Or no?
Yes, I don't know if they still do.
Because I was gonna ask you what white meant, because I feel like white would have been either encompassing all
She's escorting younglings back from Ilum when they're relayed. First by
of
pirates,
the orders,
Ahsoka puts herself
or it could have been
between
like a
allowing them
kind of
to
like a training moment.
Yeah, I can see it as a training thing.
And this is why I was asking if droids can actually wield
So droids can, like General Grievous is
but
kind of a droid. But
isn't that's what I was wondering.
He's not force sensitive though. I know that.
Ahsoka's live-action debut was a dream come true for fans and for actress Rosario Dawson, who has coveted the role since a fan first pitched it.
But he's not technically an actual like built droid, right? He's like
He has human organs that he was basically he's like Darth Vader. 'Cause he
but
has
just
human-
with less human parts.
Yeah.
Or, do they actually show what he looked like before he was converted?
Nah, I've never seen
Bo-Katan sent me.
It's a brief but thrilling battle between fan favorite heroes, with both pulling out their best moves.
We need to talk.
How could that happen? Number 17. Learning from a costly mistake. Star Wars: The Clone Wars. This moment comes as a result of Ahsoka's worst impulses. But for just that reason, it represents a memorable point in her character arc.
You're overreacting, Apple. I can get us through. Blue Squadron.
So blue wielders are more combat oriented, green wielders are more attuned to the force, and yellow wielders have a happy medium of force attunement and combat acumen.
Orders to retreat during the Battle of Ryloth. It gets most of her squadron killed. Devastated, she is racked with guilt and must come to terms with the responsibility of leadership and reality of
A
war.
white lightsaber is both the result of a mechanical, albeit magical process and speaks to Ahsoka's own character.
Wasn't your fault.
See,
I lost so
the
many
synthetic
of my
crystal that the Sith use, but is aligned with the light side of the Force.
That's the
Okay,
reality of command.
so they're white because it's a synthetic kyber crystal that she
Bonding with a saber
attuned to herself instead of being red.
Ahsoka faced peril at a young age.
I didn't
but the
catch that
Force
last
was
part.
her ally. When Ahsoka is
So supposedly, according to that site, a Sith kyber crystal, the red kyber crystal, is a synthetic crystal, and it's attuned. The synthetic, as the dark side is attuned to that crystal, which makes it red. And when she gains that crystal, when it attunes to her, it becomes white because it's synthetic.
Gotcha. Yeah, that shot right there. I know it's not like an actual like shot, but
No, it still is a shot.
yeah,
That's awesome.
That's still. I was like, okay, you're badass.
Yeah.
You're fucking badass.
When a brain worm possesses Padawan Barriss Offee, Ahsoka faces a difficult choice: slay her friend or risk life and limb to save them both. Thanks to advice from Anakin, Ahsoka is able to flood the ship with coolant, weakening the worm. Recovering herself for a moment, Barriss begs Ahsoka to kill her, and that may have been a safer choice. But Ahsoka refuses to give up, and is rewarded with a chance to slice the worm in half. When rescuers arrive, they discover Ahsoka cradling Barriss in her arms, both of them still alive. Number 14. Training with the 501st. Star Wars: Tales of the Jedi.
Again.
Master and apprentice, Ahsoka and Anakin got off to a rough start. But once Anakin has accepted her as his Padawan, he is determined to protect her.
You're reckless, little one. You never would have made it as Obi-Wan's Padawan. You might make it as mine.
Pushing Ahsoka to her limits, she has her trained with the 501st. Again and again, she's stunned and knocked out. But she pushes through, and using her new Shoto blade, is able to spin and leap through the hail of fire. Arguably, Anakin's attachment to her is the opposite of what Yoda intended, which was for him to learn to let go. But the skills Ahsoka gains are what allow her to survive Order 66. Number 13, proving herself on Geonosis, Star Wars: The Clone Wars. In a moment that's both touching and full of suspense, Ahsoka and Barriss face certain death. Well, almost certain. During the second battle of Geonosis, Anakin's remarks reveal a lack of trust in his apprentice's abilities.
I just think maybe you don't trust me to give the briefing.
It's not about trust. It's about getting the job done right.
Ahsoka proves her mettle when she and Barriss realize that to destroy a droid factory, they'll have to sacrifice themselves.
Sorry, Master. I can't make it out. Can't make it out. There's no way. Fire.
Miraculously, they survive the explosion, but are trapped beneath the rubble, their air quickly running out. Ahsoka continues to hope, however, and thanks to her ingenuity, the Padawans are rescued.
Master, I know you're up there, and I know you're looking for me.
Have faith, Sky Guy. Number 12, holding back Darth Sidious,
Oh, yeah.
Star Wars Rebels. Facing the might of the Emperor himself, Ahsoka survives. Just. In the world between worlds, a lane that connects all time and space, Ahsoka and Ezra Bridger are ambushed. Darth Sidious desires to control the dimension and thus all existence. For a short time, Ahsoka is able to block his blast of fiery energy and frees Ezra from his grasp, thwarting Sidious's attempts to enter through the portal. In terms of sheer power, she is no match for the Dark Lord, but it's thanks to her desperate efforts here that the Emperor doesn't become the master of time and space.
When you get back, come and find me.
I will. I promise.
Number 11, Dark Side Ahsoka,
Hey,
Star Wars:
there it
The
is.
Clone Wars.
Are you proud of me, Master?
What?
What if Ahsoka broke back?
That's the sun.
Fans got to see a dark side Ahsoka on Mortis, a realm within the Force where the light and dark sides and the balance between them are personified. After the sun, the embodiment of the dark side, infects Ahsoka, she turns the realm master.
This isn't you, Ahsoka.
Isn't it? I feel more like myself than I ever have.
In the ensuing duel, Anakin is pretty hard pressed, although, to be fair, he's also trying not to hurt her. Obi-Wan soon joins the fray, but Ahsoka is relentless.
Any suggestions? Yes. We cut her free.
Her turn to the dark side is dispelled at great cost. But it's a fascinating look at a very different side to our favorite film. Number 10, confronting Death Watch,
Oh,
Star
shit,
Wars:
wait
The
a
Clone
second.
Wars.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Different side to our favorite.
Boom. This right here. See this here?
Mm-hmm. Why does that look like a Zelda moment?
It does kind of. So this is the daughter, the embodiment of light, and this is when Anakin transfers her life essence over. But this what she's wearing right here. It's very similar to what
Leia?
Ahsoka. What's
Oh.
very similar to what Ahsoka's wearing in the new show. But she's not.
Wait,
Oops.
wait, what part?
This right here. this little thing that covers the ears.
Mm-hmm.
Ahsoka's wearing something like that in the new show.
Oh. Her.
She's not there.
Confronting Death Watch. Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Fuck. Now I kind of.
Need to actually see it because I like that once when I asked you about like the headdress or the head thing for Ahsoka, like I just like the entire thing is her head. Did you ever?
But go ahead.
Did you ever play
Oh, see. Oh shit.
Pokemon Emerald and Ruby? The third
No.
generation?
Not.
So in that
It's
there's
working
this
now.
there's this guy's the main character's headdress.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Look what she's wearing there.
Ah, gotcha.
It's dispelled.
The one on her looks more pronounced.
Yeah, it's definitely more pronounced, but she's not wearing that here.
Oh, gotcha.
It's a fascinating look at a very different side.
See, that's why I thought it was a headdress, because I'm like, I
Death
thought
Watch.
like
Star
it was just like the brim of it.
Like that was the brim of the headdress?
Yeah, I thought that was the
Yeah.
brim of the headdress.
Yeah, that's wild. People on the stream can't see this. Just Disney blocks that, but it's alright.
It just
Where's the
my
Clone
phone
Wars?
literally just died.
7 minutes left. 10 minutes. Alright. And once this is over, I'm done. I got pack. I got to pack all this shit up.
In this season 4 episode of Clone Wars, Ahsoka comes to the defense of a village that's being oppressed by the Mandalorian splinter group Death Watch. She's outnumbered and soon taken captive. Fortunately, R2-D2 has her back. You know when you see something so epic you get goosebumps? Well, that's what happens when we watch Ahsoka jump into the air and slice 4 heads off.
Damn, that was sick.
What follows
Check
is
out-
a
check out this
duel
fucking
against
move she
Death
does.
Watch leader 4 heads off.
Right here.
Got him.
What
Yeah,
follows
That was
is a
awesome.
duel against Death Watch
What a
leader
Jedi
4
just
heads off.
murdered
The
fucking
Mandalorian
4 dudes
learns
by
very
chopping their heads
quickly that
off.
he was wrong to
Oh,
underestimate
those weren't
Ahsoka
droids?
No.
shines in this battle,
Heard.
even if her eventual escape
Well, she
is
said that she's no
Number
Jedi.
9,
It's true.
Fulcrum revealed. Star Wars Rebels. Ahsoka has come a long way over the course of the franchise. When she debuted in the 2008 film The Clone Wars as Anakin's surprise Padawan, many fans were less than happy.
A young lady. And who are you supposed to be?
I'm Ahsoka, Master Yoda said.
But just as she won over Anakin, she became a fan favorite thanks to her thrilling arcs and fantastic character development. Fast forward to Rebels, and the reveal that the informant Fulcrum was really Ahsoka had everyone losing their minds.
Protocol has changed. Ahsoka. My name is Ahsoka.
Mind you, some fans had already guessed Fulcrum's real identity. Spectre 2 program. But still, nothing really prepared us for the wave of feels as she climbed down that ladder and became part of a new series. Number 8. Escaping the Trandoshans. Star Wars: The Clone Wars. In what felt like almost a standalone movie, this double episode arc saw Ahsoka coming more into her own as she led a group of younglings against formidable new foes. While on Felucia, the Padawan is kidnapped by Trandoshans who release and hunt down their captives for sport. Separated from Anakin, she has to rely on her own instincts and the lessons he's taught her. It shows her at her most vulnerable, but she rises to the occasion, inspiring the others to fight back.
We're beginning to lose hope and forgot who we are.
And who are you?
We are Jedi.
We need a strategy. If we had to pick just one kick-ass moment in these episodes, it would be when Ahsoka defeats Garnak in hand-to-hand combat. You're beaten. This goes to show Ahsoka is a force to be reckoned with or without her lightsabers. Number 7, Ahsoka versus the Inquisitors, Star Wars Rebels. The Inquisitors introduced in Rebels are relentless and terrifying in their quest to hunt down the Jedi and other Force sensitives, including children. It was pretty clear during the 2nd season that Ezra wasn't ready to defeat one Inquisitor, let alone 2 at the same time. So when Kanan was taken out of this fight against the 7th sister and the 5th brother, things looked grim. Enter Ahsoka.
Okay.
She's like, I'm back.
This battle showed how much more powerful she'd become since the Clone Wars, with her lightsaber skills and command of the Force on full display.
Her lightsabers are the same length in this, except for the hilt.
There is one shorter.
There is one?
Yeah.
I think it's just the hilt, though.
This battle showed how much more powerful she'd become since the Clone Wars, with her lightsaber skills.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of the hilts are longer.
With relative ease, saving the rebels and the day.
Skip forward.
Took out both Inquisitors with relative ease.
Yeah, see?
This battle showed
Come on.
how much
Yeah, they're going too fast.
more powerful
That one I think is shorter.
she'd become since the Clone Wars. With her lightsaber
Oh,
skills,
that would have been a good one right there.
powerful she'd become since the Clone Wars.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I
hard to
guess
tell.
one of
Those
them
are a
is
little
shorter.
shorter. It's hard to tell though.
It's
because
actually the
it's an
short
action
one,
shot.
too. Yeah, you see how the hilt on that one is?
Yeah.
So the other one looks about like 3 or 4 inches longer than that one.
Yeah.
Lightsaber skills and command of the Force on full
It's
display.
hard to tell though.
She took out both Inquisitors with relative ease.
I'm pretty sure it's the one she holds backwards is the shorter one.
Number 6, Surviving Order 66, Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
That's
Based on
free.
subsequent appearances, we knew that Ahsoka survived Order 66. But in the 7th season of Clone Wars, we finally got to see the tragedy unfold from her perspective. When Rex's inhibitor chip forces him to turn on her, it is a brutal, heartbreaking moment. But she's able to master her emotions and fend off an absolute barrage of blaster bursts, all without killing her friends turned foes. Mind you, Darth Maul, whom she decides to free as a distraction, is a lot less merciful. Ahsoka also succeeds in saving Rex, removing his inhibitor chip, and of course, escaping with him in spectacular fashion. Number 5, Race to the Surface, Star Wars: The Clone Wars. The revival run of Clone Wars featured a number of incredibly cinematic moments, but few stand out more than this one. When Ahsoka teams up with Bo-Katan to track down Darth Maul, she reunites with Anakin and gets her lightsabers back. But it's the moment she races Rex to the surface of Mandalore that has us holding our breath. Racing to the surface! Jumping from ship to ship, she runs, dives, and free falls, showing off her acrobatic skills, and doing some damage on the way down. It's one of the most thrilling animated sequences in the series, and boy does she stick the landing. The scene also brought back her banter with Rex, some of the best in the Star Wars universe.
Some things never change.
Number 4, Duel with Morgan Elsbeth, The Mandalorian. The Star Wars Rebels finale saw Ezra disappearing into hyperspace, along with villain Grand Admiral Thrawn, and Ahsoka setting out to find the lost Padawan. When we next see her a decade later, she's on the forest planet Corvus, where she faces off against
Mandalorian
Magistrate
season 2.
Morgan Elsbeth and her Beskar spear. Ahsoka is clearly in her element, although Morgan doesn't go down easily. Left with just her Shoto
I was
blade,
gonna say, this episode alone, I don't know if you've seen this episode.
No, I haven't seen any of the Mandalorian.
Ooh, it's good. In this episode, while she is fighting Morgan Elsbeth, it's a very samurai style of fighting, and also the way it's shot.
That's what Bobby was saying. He was saying that every shot that she's in, that she's actually fighting, it's shot like a samurai.
Yeah. So then, but at the same time, the Mandalorian is fighting, having a duel with another dude that is like the sheriff of that town, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cutting back and forth to the Mandalorian having a Western style showdown, and cutting to Ahsoka Tano having a samurai like fight. So it's literally samurai and Western happening at the same time, which again goes back to George Lucas's influence of old school Westerns and
Eastern
samurai movies.
switches to her signature reverse grip to finish the fight. The scene is capped off with the revelation that she's hunting Thrawn, tying right into the Rebels finale.
Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?
Literally.
Amazing.
What?
Number 3.
Holy shit, she said Grand Admiral Thrawn. I lost my fucking
Even
mind.
among Jedi, Ahsoka stood out for her talent and heroism. But she never
Before that was Rebels, not.
Clone Wars
Rebels was
mid-season,
a
she
thing.
was framed for murder
But
and
was it
expelled from the Jedi
canon?
Yeah, it was canon. Yeah. So I knew about Thrawn being sucked into hyperspace with the Persian
While
Ezra.
she does prove her
Gotcha.
innocence, the distrust that the Jedi Council demonstrated affects her strongly.
I'm sorry, Master, but I'm not coming back.
Rather than returning to the Order, she decides to leave and run her own path. While initially
Oh.
Anakin sees this as a mistake, he
Cool.
ends up respecting her decision.
Understand wanting to walk away.
I know.
Master and apprentice are outliers within the Order. It makes you wonder, what would have happened had Anakin decided to leave with her? You're not crying, okay? There's something in our eyes. Number 2, Duel with Maul.
Yeah, that shit
Star
was
Wars
awesome.
The Clone Wars.
That would be cool if they had like a Star Wars with it.
Yeah, it would be.
That would be dope.
Vision is flawed.
So this fight at the end of Clone Wars, last season that was in 2020.
Ahsoka's face-off against Maul on Mandalore
The
is
guy
one of the
that,
best lightsaber duels in
played Darth Maul in Episode 1. Ray Park. He came back. He's not the voice of Maul in this, but he came back and
Reprise the role.
he reprised it but only for the fight. So they filmed him and another stunt person, whatever, on a soundstage or whatever, and literally took the exact fight that he did and put it in animation. That's like the first time they had ever done that. So he literally, all of the fighting that is done in this duel is
Is
done
him.
by him and then another stunt person doing Ahsoka's.
Nice. That's
The
fucking
franchise.
dope.
Instead of just,
or
you know,
live action.
animating it
Clone Wars
and
animation
whatnot,
style
they
and quality
literally
is
just
similar,
had them
but
fight
every
and then
season got
animated on
better
top of
and
that,
better. For the
essentially.
season 7 duel between Ahsoka and Maul,
That's awesome.
the showrunners brought in Ray Park,
Yep, there you
who
go.
portrayed Maul in The Phantom Menace, and stunt woman Warren Mary Kim to provide motion capture.
Oh, so yeah, they just talked about what I just talked about.
Mm-hmm. How'd she get her short sword back?
Results are stunning.
Probably the force pulled back to herself. I don't remember.
To a fully capable
They didn't show
Oh,
it though.
there you go.
Oh,
pushes multiple
but
limits.
she already had one in her hand.
It was probably just the way they cut this for this video.
Oh, gotcha.
And the stakes
Yeah, you're
are
right.
high as Ahsoka refuses to join Maul against Anakin and Darth Sidious.
I always like how his like horns look like a crown.
Yeah, they do. And at one point in the Clone Wars, he becomes the leader of all Mandalore.
Is he part Mandalorian?
No, it's part of the lore is whoever wields the darksaber rules Mandalore. And in order to be the rightful holder of the darksaber, you have to murder and kill or
The
defeat
previous one?
the previous one, and he does that.
Years, fans watched in delight as Anakin and Ahsoka fought, learned, and laughed together as Master and Padawan. But in Rebels, Ahsoka came to suspect that Anakin had met a Darth Vader. Seeing her face off against Vader brought all those memories of them together flooding back.
Revenge is not the Jedi way.
I'm no Jedi.
This episode is so
It was an
fucking good.
emotionally charged duel that became even more poignant when Ahsoka realized that Vader really was her old master. In a sense, her decision to stay, even as the Sith temple on Malachor crumbled around her, was a way to honor Anakin's memory, to defeat the darkness that had taken his place, even if that meant dying together.
Is this where he pulls her?
Yeah.
But not the one that's getting on the ship, a different one, right?
It was a pivotal moment.
Yeah, it's so this is the end of season 2, and he pulls her out in season 4. So he's much older when he pulls her out.
Notified about our latest videos.
All right. Oh no, Star Wars Ahsoka timeline explained. I'll have to watch that later. I'm gonna skip on that. That way I have it in my.
I do the same thing. I'm
Yeah.
like, so I don't forget.
Yeah, just so I can
I'm going
watch.
to just click on it, and then
Yeah.
once it starts playing, I can just. It's
back
in my
out.
library.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna stop this stream now. I can't believe this is a long stream.
Yeah. You guys are awesome. Whoever is still in
I
the
can't
chat.
believe I'm about to say anything. You guys are amazingly awesome.
Yeah.
And
Y'all are dope. Thank you for always like, well, not. I'm pretty sure you guys probably like missed some, but thank you for coming in and supporting us.
Hell
you know.
yeah, you guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Tonio is awesome.
Sean is awesome.
Sean's something. Wait a second. Wait a second. What are you doing? You're going to jail. I'm going to jail.
You're going to jail.
All right. Thank you guys very much for watching. For those watching live and for those watching in the future.
Yeah.
Stay awesome. Thank you guys. Much love.
Stay awesome.
Have a
Also,
wonderful night.
Sorry for the randomness.
Yeah.
But if you're awesome, so you don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. Don't matter. And watch Ahsoka. It's awesome. Yeah.
Ahsoka is very awesome.
Wait,
Stay awesome now.
Need the mouse to turn this thing off. Ah!